Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another weekend edition here of the CranKy Gathers, the CranKy Gathers Season 4 Group A Week Number 1. I'm of course just VIP with you. I'm joined by these amazing players and by the ByuN chats as well. Welcome one all. Bienvenidos. Welcome to the first week of CranKy Gathers. For those that are unaware, last week we did cover the qualifiers. It was intense. We did cover the qualifiers last week. Now the main event has begun. As a reminder as well, this is a tournament in StarCraft Evolution, not in regular SC2. So again, this is a mod that does put together Brood War versus StarCraft 2. And this is a massive tournament that is sponsored by Chijik. So big shout out to Chijik, of course, as they're the main sponsors of the event. Because of that, this event is only live casted on Chijik. True. Just bear that in mind. Because of that, we do have only live casting on Chijik, and that means that we are going to be covering this via replays, and that'll be, of course, after the fact on Twitch, on YouTube, on other platforms. No live casting. We have casted live before on Chijik, like that has happened in the past. But when it comes to that, covering events on Chijik, we often don't really get a lot of viewership just because a lot of foreigners, it's a Korean site, it's a Korean streaming website, so a lot of foreigners don't actually, or have a hard time finding the way over towards that site, and it's just not really worth it. It's unfortunately. But regardless, we are getting ready for the main event. Let's go. Let's catch up on the bracket itself, on what we're getting into, on where we are headed. Vamos. Un momento. As I quickly set some things up. My apologies. Beautiful. Okay. Switching to season, we can catch up on the bracket itself. So when it comes to the format of this event, again, it is a StarCraft Evolution, that is true, but it is a team league format. We do have a group stage, and we're jumping into Group A, of course, Group A of Week 1. Here we have teams like Onside, Shopify, we have Basilisk, we have Team Liquid, we have Stanley Bulls, and of course we have It's All Crank's Fault as well. True. So again, we do have a plethora of teams available here. It is going to be a team league format, a group stage, round robin, and likewise, when it comes to the format itself, it is of course pro league style format where teams they submit their lineups ahead of time, and players they have time to prepare for those matches. So bam, here you go, best of 5 pro league format. You can see here Shopify, they fielding ByuN, Scarlett, Lambo, and Harstem as their team of 4. Meanwhile, Stanley Bulls, they field Young Yakov, Gigi Machine, and Zardians. Now, as you can see here, the way the format works is that you can play as a team of 3, but your first 3 matches have to be unique, and you can have a player play twice in that 4th match. So against Stanley Bulls, they field Young Yakov, Gigi Machine, and Zardians, and they're going to be reusing Young Yakov in that 4th match. Now, the downside of reusing a player like this is that means that Young Yakov is not eligible for the ace match if we play on the ace match. So basically, this format limits players to be fielded at most twice. They cannot be fielded 3 times because they already used, that extra quote-unquote life, if you will. So Young Yakov, if we get to game 4, he's going to be playing twice, and if we get to the ace match, he will not play in the ace match. Of course, the ace match is going to be determined once we get there, as teams have some time to try to predict their opponent and field their player and what's not. So here we go. We have a best of 5. Game 1 is going to be between ByuN and Young Yakov. It'll be on BlackRock. Let's go. Let's jump on in. Again, we're going to be jumping into our first TVZ of the broadcast, back into StarCraft Evolution. Let's go, baby, let's go. But again, hope everyone's been enjoying this themselves. Again, it's been a pretty intense week of StarCraft. Last night we were live with Home Story Cup, replays. Tonight we'll be back with the finale of Home Story Cup as well. Oh god. As ByuN, he does have a bit of a shaky time splitting his workers and bringing everything together. It's a little bit messy, but here we go. Spawning in the top right hand corner of BlackRock, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Brood War Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing Stanley Bulls. It is Young Yakov. Let's go. Let us go as we are jumping into our best of 5. Bear that in mind. Best of 5 here between Team Stanley Bulls and Shopify. First, we do see ByuN setting up on the low ground again with his initial SC2 opener. Here we should be seeing 2 Rex Reaper. We're leaning towards 2 Rex Reaper as gases are being taken, so hyper aggression out of ByuN, and we'll see if Young Yakov can minimize losses. Oh, as Young Yakov does go gas first. Okay, hyper aggression. Gas first into an earlier pull into a later expansion. With this, we can rush into Link Speed or maybe rush into something more sinister here. We'll see what the gas is going to be spent after Link Speed. Now, what I was going to say here is that when it comes to TVZ early game, it can be quite difficult to defend against early game Reaper aggression just because Queens are non-existent. Queens are a very different kind of unit in a Brood War, so early game defense can be a little bit shaky, and again, that early game defense is going to be put to the test, but because the opener from Young Yakov, he has access to early Lings and early Link Speed. Again, I'm just curious to see if he stays in gas or not. So I'm dying a little bit. Here we go. As Reapers are going to be on the way. Back at home, we're staying in gas. Ooh, okay. So Link Speed is on the way, and we are opting to stay in gas. This will allow for either fast Lair or fast Hydrogen here at a Young Yakov. But that gas income is very intentional and very intense here, very tech heavy out of Young Yakov. Let's go. So let's continue with that gas income. Behind this, going for his macro hatchery. Again, bearing in mind that Young Yakov does have a late expansion. It's a late natural base in favor of this early tech and early upgrades. Fast second gas geyser. We're leaning towards Lairs, and we're leaning towards maybe even 2-base Muta. That's the first thing that I think of, at least. Reaper does break in. They'll sit by. And we'll sit by. We'll confirm the early pool, the early gas. Yeah, it does see everything. Big scout. Doesn't see the second gas geyser, which would be a massive tell. And there it is. 2-base Lair. Really, 1-base Lair. Oh, he checks. He confirms. Massive scout. ByuN does confirm the Lair. Now fully aware of how greedy Young Yakov is being. And if you're going for 2-base Lair, or 1-base Lair, then it has to be Muta play. Remember that Hydra's a hatch tech, so this is not for like a Hydra or Lurker based all-in. I mean, we have seen some 2-base Lurker play in the past, from players like Su, for example. Meanwhile, Link Speed does kick in, does catch first Reaper. Ooh, nice catch. And 1 Reaper goes down, but the cliff face, Pappy. Oh my god. Nice moves out of ByuN. He does avoid those Lings, try to pivot back around, and behind this, going into Sim, and he has that full wall. Yeah, full wall off, going to Sim, going to zone 2-on-1. Second Reaper gets caught, so third Reaper still on the high ground, free damage. There is almost done. We're almost done with the Lair, and again, ByuN should be hitting with that medevac timing here. Factory into Starport, into medevacs, into his stim timing. It's going to hit very, very hard. And in my mind, this should be almost a hard counter to 2-base Muta. Again, Mutas are not built to fight head-on. They're not built to defend. They're built to harass more than anything. When these Marines get across the map, it's going to be a tough hold. Now, typically, I would say that this should kill, but with the addition of Spine Crawlers or Sunken Colonies, like I can see a world where Young Yakov can hold and can defend, depending on the angle of attack and depending on where we move in from. We'll see. We shall see. It's behind this, getting into, I believe, is that Pneumatized Carapace? I keep forgetting, like, if this is Pneumatized or Ventral Sacs. I think it's Pneumatized, I'm going to say. I have to get used to the new visual, Pappy. Nice catch on the final Reaper. 3 Reapers do go down. Got +1 on the way. More Marines are amassing. And there's that add-on soul for the medevacs. Again, we're just waiting for the medevacs. Then we can move out. I was about to say this is where it is Vengeful Sax. Okay, okay. So I was curious. So Joppa Lords. Let's go. We're setting up Joppa Lords. Mutas are amassing. I was gonna say, like, the big brain hard counter here would be, instead of going into Muta, to go into Scourge. That'd be crazy. To go Link Scourge for a 2-on-1 defense. Meanwhile, Coney is being thrown down. Throwing down to Conies. Mutas, they move out towards the left-hand side. Now, these 2 Conies, they will be able to buy some time. Is it going to be enough, though? Army gets spotted. And here comes ByuN. And again, do we have faith in the colonies? Getting up to 4. Getting up to 4 colonies. Mutas, they try to come in from behind. They catch one Marine. Every Marine counts. Was to bring away a lot of DPS. A lot of damage. And so far, picking up Favor Lord, supplied looking on Yakov. Back at home, we are building up our ByuN mine. And ByuN does not commit. He doesn't commit. And in the end, what does this mean? I mean, this was a big investment. Big investment. No third expansion for young Yakov. And ByuN walks away with a greater economy. Has a greater economy. Oof. Catching out one of the meters. Does catch one. Second meter goes down. Does catch a second. Oh, Jesus. And ByuN is not getting a third CC. We should bear that in mind. Like, he's reinforcing here, going into more mines, and more Marines. Bearing in mind, this is the older version of the Widow Mine. True. It's not going to be as potent. Speaking of the... Oh, no! Oh, my God. I mean, still pops off. We still clump up. Massive mine connections. Lings are being thrown away. And with that, ByuN is snowing out of control. He's moving out across the map. Back at home, there's no Lings to defend. No Lings, no Mutas. Yakov throws everything away. And with that, ByuN he sims. And he wins. He does win. Takes out all 4 sunken colonies. Nothing at home. Marines, they just start to step in. GG gets called. And ByuN will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG all played. ByuN will take lead in the series again. Young Yakov, bold move going 2 base muta in the. Oh, sorry, I say 2 base muta. It's almost 1 base muta. Like, his lair was on the way before any kind of saturation of the match. It was so greedy there, so greedy out of young Yakov to go gas first into gas pool into lair. With that, again, going into a 2-on-1 is almost a hard counter. Like, you're ideal. You have your bio, you have your map control. We saw that young Yakov was basically all in, and towards the end, he just sent everything here into the natural base. But Mines made short work of all things Zerg. All things Zerg went down. GG. GG well played. With that, we're now getting ready for our next matchup. Remember, first up was ByuN versus young Yakov. Up next, we have our next set of players. Shopify, they field Scarlett, and Stony Bulls, they field GG Machine. We're jumping into a... Oh, I was going to say ZVZ. I don't think that's the case, actually. Let's go. Now, again, the roles have been reversed when it comes to the races. So it is going to be GG Machine playing SE2 Zerg. Meanwhile, Scarlett playing StarCraft 1. Not Zerg, Protoss. ZVP, baby. Okay. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Polypoid, we have the Brood War Protoss player. Not Zerg, but Brood War Protoss from the land of Canada, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Scarlett. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have her opponents. We have the SC2 Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Stony Bulls. It is GG Machine. Here we go. Now, when it comes to Protoss, Scarlett does of course have a history competing even at the highest level play with Protoss as well. I don't know about Scarlett's experience in Brood War. I do know that Scarlett is somewhat experienced in StarCraft Evolution. If you remember, it was at the it was last year where Scarlett was making a bunch of fun content over at the Shopify HQ with ByuN playing StarCraft Evolution and playing some show matches here and there. But outside of those show matches, I don't know how much time Scarlett has invested into StarCraft Evolution. When it comes to the Shopify lineup, we mentioned this earlier, but I guess we should talk about this today because we spoke about this during the qualifiers. But in my mind, some of the heavy hitters for Brood War for StarCraft Evolution is going to be ByuN and Lambo. They both have the most experience in StarCraft Evolution. I'll say that Scarlett and Harsum have less experience, and this will be where Stony Bulls can fight back and start to put some points on the board. Potentially. Cannon Rush? Okay, Nexus first into Forge. It's not Cannon Rush, but a very defensive opener. We'll see if Scarlett does commit into anything. Now, typically when we see these fast Forge openers into defensive cannons, I want to lean towards Skytoss. I want to lean towards Stargate play as a follow-up. We'll see if that's where Scarlett takes us into the Stargate. Otherwise, why invest into side defense, right? Like, why invest into early cannons unless you plan to cut corners? Here we go. Scarlett does pull away. Again, still waiting for our further attack. We're second forge? Oh, we're cooking. So in my mind, I see Forge, I think Sky Toss, but Scarlett going Forge in a second Forge into double upgrades into what should now be a mass gateway style. Okay. Okay. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, my intention. +1 attack is on the way, soon to be +1 defense as well. It's going to be a very early, very strong 1-1 and 2-2 timing. So you have my attention. This is that Cybercore. Again, Cybercore is delayed due to the early Forge. This is going to be a bit of a later timing. GG Machine so far just building up, claiming a third base, droning, saturating. As Zero Little's got a full scout, does confirm the double forge, does confirm the second upgrade. Wait, we're still going Stargate? Wait, what? Now, this might just be for like 1 or 2 Corsairs just to hunt down Overlords. Like, this might just be for like singular Corsair or singular Scouts. I know initially I thought it was going to be a switch in the Sky Toss, but after going double forge, it should not be. Yeah. So there we go. Going into the Citadel, going to Zella Legs. It is going to be a mass charge or mass speed lot setup with just a little bit of air support. So here we go. So that's Machinations will be on my understanding. I mean, this, to me, like, obviously I'm very limited in my viewing and experience in Brood War, but this does feel very Brood War coded, like, as in, you know, like, Corsair DT being a composition in this matchup in ZVP. The goal, of course, hunting down Overlords, hunting down detection, and having a great ground support. Like, in my mind, this is a little bit similar to that, where, again, only one Stargate, only one Scout, just to hunt down Overlords, focusing on the ground composition instead. The issue here, though, is that GG Machine saw everything. Like, he's seen everything he needs to. We should be seeing a safety Roach Warren. Yeah, no Roaches, limited gas, going Lair after +1 melee. This is greedy. Like, going for a mass link style against Chargeal Archon or Speedlot Archon is very risky. There's that Templar Archives. So working towards High Templar or just Archons for supports, mass gateways. Again, not playing Roach here is very risky. Not impossible. Like, you can still pull this off with Lingbane Hydra. It's just, you just need a greater base count. You need a little more larva production. You need a greater economy for it. So we'll see if we can get into this. So far, ooh, Scarlett does overextend with the Scout. One Scout goes down. Flush Transfuse. GG Machine still droning. This should be the last wave of workers, I would hope. As the mass out has been spotted. Scarlett attempting a third. And there's the tank, finally Baneliness and Hydrogen. And again, GG Machine, he still needs a little bit more time to build up this kind of army. And Scarlett is coming. It's going to be purely a Ling defense. GG Machine, he was so greedy this game. And again, he had scouted everything he needed to. He had seen everything he needed to. Here we go, Zelda move out across the map. Collapsing on top of the Queens. Lings having a hard time engaging. And Queens are buying time, pulling back. We have 22 more Lings on the way. I mean, nice kiting. True. Nice kiting so far. It's all about buying time. Oh. It's all about buying time, and Gene Machine, he does buy time. Pulling further back. A lot of damage here on these Zealots. They do get a couple of drone kills, but it looks like it's taken too long. Airlings, they collapse on the Zealots, and with that, every Zealot is going to go down. Massive pickups. We have a second wave, though. Yes, second wave is coming in. Queens, we got a kite back. We got a kite back. No! The Queens. Oh my god, they pull away. Bailey's, they connect. Hydra's going to be amassing. It's still going to be a very clutch hold. Yeah, still very clutch, very close as we lose 1, 2, almost up to 3 Queens. 2 Queens go down. Hydra's amassing, and Gene Machine holds. Yeah, Gene Machine does hold on. It was so greedy. Such a greedy defense here from Gene Machine, but he does get away with it. Whew. Does hold behind the Scarlett, claiming a third base. This is such an awkward third. Talking about the map itself, we didn't even get to, I mean, there was too much to discuss in the early game, but there's a 4-place wall map, 4 possible spawn locations. They confirm each other's spawn here horizontally, horizontally, with our linear spawns, and this base is just so awkward here. It's just such a thin strip of high ground. It's so thin. And because of that, you can bypass this as well. You can go around coming from behind to hit that natural. It's a very awkward expansion, and we'll see if Scarlett can maintain it. It's very open, very awkward and very open. When I say open, I mean, look at how massive this ramp is. Like, creating a choke point and trying to funnel units in, it's going to be so difficult. Storms, as a result, are going to be less effective because of how open it is. But let's go. Likewise, the idea of Scarlett expanding towards Gene Machine also tells us that Scarlett wants to be the aggressor, and has been trying to be. Oh. So chat, why does Zealots and Broodor look stronger than in SC2? Because they are. Because they are. They're tankier, they're more robust. In general, this is not like a hard rule, this is like a soft rule, but in general, the Broodor units should be stronger than the SC2 units, but that's because typically Broodor units are less mobile, right? They're less mobile, they're a little bit more one note. I would say the compositions are less complex, and there's a little bit less variety when it comes to what units you can build. So because of that, a lot of Broodor units, they have to kind of take the role of multiple units. So that is the rationale for that. And again, that's like a soft rule, like obviously there are exceptions. But for the most part, it is to compensate. For balance purposes. As also get called out. There you go. Specifically, there's also 10 more HP in here. There you go. More HP. Scarlett claiming a 4th base. At the same time, Gene Machine joining up to 80, about to max out. So maxing out with Lingbane Hydra. On the horizon, we do have the Hive and Lurker Den on the way, but we're going to be hitting first here with purely Lingbane Hydra, and it all comes down to the Storms. Now, Storms here do hit different compared to in SE2. Like, the Broodor Storms are very strong. Personally, I just like the effect. It just the Storm does zone. Gene Machine moving in. It's all about more burst damage more than anything. And we have to spend those storms. Again, Gene Machine trying to bait them out. There's still, what, 2 more storms left. Baiting to roll in. Oh no! The reaction! Oh my god, no reaction. Mineral line goes down. Massive connections. High Templar exposed. And Bailings, they try to crash in. Decent storms with the Hydras. But some heavy losses here for Scarlett. Losing the mineral line. At the same time, Scarlett does defend the top side. Gene Machine is backing off. And now this time we have a Lurker tech. And again, we spoke about this earlier, but this base is so difficult to defend. Yes, we have high ground, that is true, but at the same time, it's just such a wide open area here. Yeah, they engage, they catch out the, they try to catch out the Templar. Lurkers, they move in, oh no! Yeah, they dive on top of the army, 1 storm, that's all we have. Just the 1 storm. And the Lair Tech Lunkers, Bappy, they're getting in. Yeah, no doubt the talents, but they have control of the high ground. Oof. Storm does connect, catching out one lurker, just the one. And so many storms are being forced out here. Yeah, so many early storms. And with that, Scarlett's out of position. Base goes down. I mean, again, maintaining this high ground base was going to be so difficult for anyone. Like, I had no faith. I had no faith. And with that, G Machine stumbling out of control, looking to fight back for himself, for his team. Let's go. We're looking for that back and forth. As again, G Machine is remaxing. Lurker's a trade with the Dragoons. Lane's aiming from behind. There's that one storm. I think there's maybe one more left. Yeah, second storm. More storms going to be coming in, but these are still some rough losses for Scarlett. So GG gets called, and GG Machine will tie up the series 1-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. And again, a very bold style here from Scarlett. Very aggressive, of course, as well. Going double forge, double upgrades into mass gateway composition. Had a lot of potential, but as we try to mention, GG Machine got away with a lot of greed. Remember, GG Machine did not go for a Roach defense. GG Machine, he droned up heavily going into Ling and Bane Hydra, but delaying that Bane and Hydra tech for a very, very long time. As a result, we saw GG Machine have a stronger mid-game due to the greed that he got away with. Got away with a lot of greed there. Scarlett was unable to punish. Likewise, Scarlett did go for an exposed third base, expanding towards GG Machine, but did lose momentum, did lose map control, and that meant that really, in the end, that base was more of a vulnerability than an asset. In the end, the base was very, very vulnerable, very insecure, and was broken. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're tied up 1-1, and up next, so who do we field? Shopify. They're going to be coming out with Lambo. Lambo's going to be coming up next for Shopify. Meanwhile, Stony Balls, they will be fielding Zardiant. It is going to be, I'm assuming, a ZVT. I say assuming Zardiant is similar to Scarlett in the sense that Zardiant does switch back and forth between Terran and Protoss, depending on the matchup. So, Zardiant, he does switch it up from time to time. Looks like it is going to be Terran, though. Okay. Is going to be Terran. And spawning in the top right hand corner of Washouts, we have the German Zerg player. The German Zerg representing Shopify Rebellion, playing SE2 Zerg. It is Lambo. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Brood War Terran player representing Stony Balls. It is Zardiant. Let's go. Let us go. We have our TVZ where it's tied up 1-1 so far. Game 1, ByuN took the win. Game 2, we saw the GG Machine fought back. Game 3, who will take a lead in this best of 5? As we see Zardiant setting up on the low ground. Building up. Coming into this, I did mention previously that Lambo does have a lot more experience in StarCraft Evolution, but he's back to SE2 play instead. I do think it's a bit of a shame how the races lined up, where ByuN and Lambo, despite having more experience in the Brood War side of things, are playing SE2, and then Scarlett and Hearthstone, having less experience in StarCraft Evolution, they're playing the Brood War races. So, so it's a bit of a shame how that lined up. I mean, but I imagine it was intentional though, from Shopify's team, as they knew what they were fielding into. So, interesting choice when it comes to how they fielded their players. Interesting. So now it is going to be CC first. CC first out of Zardiant. Setting up on the high ground. Likewise, Hatchcast Pool out of Lambo. So again, we are going to be opening up. Oh my god. As Zardiant's being hyper greedy here, going for a third CC before Factory. Okay. This is a rare build in StarCraft Evolution, at least in my experience, from the Brood War side of things. Okay, so again, very fast third CC. hyper greed. With a greedier opener and a greedier start, I'm leaning towards mech as the follow-up. We will have a boosted economy leading into additional factories, into a mech composition. Eyes are going to be on Zardiant. Meanwhile, Lambo, it's going to be on him to punish. It's going to be on Lambo to punish the greed and punish the opener here of the Terran. Currently, they're playing blind. It's currently in the dark. Meanwhile, yep, there it is. Again, double factory, which, I mean, the greedier build screams mech. But Lambo is still playing blind. And Zardiant, I mean, he's got some mech. Like, he plays mech quite well. But we'll see if we can get into it. As we have ion thrusters on the way, that is vulture speed. From here we can go into spider mines, into vultures for map control, and then into our tank production. And again, Lambo is still yet to piece anything together. Hasn't seen much at all. So joining, saturating, spider mine research is now on the way. They pick in, they do scout, they confirm. There we go. Lambo gets a full scan of the main base, confirms a faster OTC, and confirms a double factory as well. Lambo is now aware of how greedy Zardiant has been, but punishing this, it's not going to be possible here. It's a little bit too late for that. Behind this does go for the Roach one, getting into his own Roach Ravager to help deal with the mech. Let's go. Oh, but the tech switch, okay. Double factory, not going to be a vulture into tank production. We're going vulture into what looks to be either a rush into BC or into Wraith. Double starport. Alright, show us what you got. Show us what you got. Cheeky moves here by Zardiant. I'm curious to see how he does mix things up. Curious. It does feel too greedy to try to rush into BC from here. It's gonna be Wraith, right? Like, it's reminiscent of like Battle Mech Banshee in SE2. Yeah, there it is. Okay, Wraith. So we're going into Mass Wraith. I mean, this can later on, because we already have the production for it, this can later on lead into like Fusion Core, into Battlecruiser tech. If we get to that stage. Vultures, they poke in, they pull away. So far, just distracting. No major dives yet, as they attempted to dive on the Queen. Queen does survive. Baiting out spider mines. Oh, does miss one. Does miss one of the mines. Is this even... is it blocking? It is. Yeah, it is blocking. Oh. As vultures, they attempt to move in. Lings take up some of the army. Ooh, every vulture gets caught out. Very nice catching from Lambo. Yeah, catching other vultures, but remember the anti-air is very limited. How many queens? 6. Oof, only 6 queens, no spores in position, and limited anti-air. And the race, they're coming. Well, they're massing up. The race is still massing up. We just reveal one of them though. Oh. Yeah, race, they're being revealed. Going a Swarm Host, okay. Again, Swarm Host would be ideal against traditional forms of mech, but against this Wraith switch, I'm a little bit less convinced. As again, there's only 6 queens. Race, they move in. They catch a high-energy queen. They get one. Oh my god, clutch transfuse. But the queen will still go down. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, losing 1, losing 2. We'll lose all 3 queens. Some rough losses here from Lambo. So all 3 queens go down, more race are amassing. Lambo's heavily reliant on this Nidus, on the Storm Host. There's Lambo switching into Hydras. There's that Nidus Worm. There's Zodian, he's not aware. I believe Zodian did not scout the tech. Yeah, didn't see the Nidus Worm. Does finish. Does finish up. From here we can go for the CC. Anything in position? No. Yeah, there's nothing here. We're going for the mineral line. SCVs, they will go down. And the vultures are moving in. Oh. Yeah, vultures are diving for the mineral line. Trying to move into the, trying to hinder the economy. A couple of drones going to be going down. At the same time, that is 8 SCV kills. Still getting more drones though. Yeah, Lambo out of position. Let's clean up the vultures, so a bit of a back and forth. Thankfully, I will say that the swarm host count was retained. I believe 0. Yeah, zero swarm host went down. So we can just keep trading. Getting up all the mines. And here comes that second wave. Yeah, second wave of swarm host. He wants those tanks. Can he get 3? 1, 2. Can we get all 3 tanks? It's gonna be close. Gets 2. Gets 3. There we go. 3 tanks go down. Get nice trades here from Lambo. Back up Nidus. And the Nidus on the left. At this point, Zodian, he's losing map control. Trying to fight for it though. Does he have enough wraiths? I believe he should. Yeah, Swarm Host, they pop out. Going for another Locust Wave, a little bit messy. Yeah, not the most organized. And this Locust Wave can't really achieve too much here. I guess zones away the army. True. Yeah, it does zone. We'll get at least 1 tank. Can we get 2? 1, barely. 2 tanks go down. CC's denied. Sing out another Locust Wave. Catching out 2 more. 2 more, pappy. Oh my god. Just 1. Okay, just 1 more tank. But again, nice damage. So far it's been 6. Yeah, 6 tanks have gone down purely from Locust Waves. And Lambo's maxed. Lambo's maxed out. Zodian has failed to build up his army. Again, losing 6 tanks already. And unable to expand. Zodian losing too much. Again, I like the idea of going Wraith, but unfortunately there was no economic damage done by the Wraiths, and likewise they failed to gain map control. I'd say the Wraiths were very lackluster. Yeah, and then they're very lackluster. Locust are moving in. There's 3 tanks in the mineral line. Oof, boys are being pulled. Desperation out of Zodians. Yeah, cannot hold, cannot defend. We're just snowballing out of control. That's going to be 20 SCV kills. GG gets called. And Lambo, he will snowball out of control. He will take game number 3, taking a lead for his team. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Lambo does fight back again. It was a very unique style here from Zodian. I appreciate that he was mixing it up by going into quote unquote like battle mech Banshee, instead here going Vulture into Wraith. Had potential, but as we were trying to emphasize, didn't really achieve much. The race, they killed 2 queens, if you remember. Was it 2 or 3? But they at least killed 2 queens across the map. They didn't really hinder the economy. They didn't really gain map control. Like, ideally, in this kind of position, the race should be marauding around the map and denying the Nidus Worms. Ideally, they scout, they deny the Nidus Worms ahead of time, so then these Locust Waves don't get out of hand as the race maintain that control, while Vultures can keep harassing, while you build up and retain that tank count. But as we saw, the tank count was very low, never built up. Never did build up. And with that, we're now getting into game number 4. So with this, Shopify, they're up 2-1. It's a best of 5. Best of 5. And up next, Shopify, they're going to be fielding Harstem. Harstem, it's his turn to step into the ring as a Brood War Protoss. Meanwhile, young Yakov is going to be sent in for the 2nd time to face off against Harstem. Let's go. PvZ, Harstem versus Yakov. Let's go. GG the host. Yeah, the Storm hosts, they got a lot done. They got a lot done. They traded well. And now we're loading into match point, and we're out. Let's go. This needs to be the rule. Every time we're on match point, we gotta play on match point. Let's go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of match points, we have the red Protoss player from the land of the Netherlands, representing Shopify Rebellion on match point. On match point, it is Hearthstone, the Broodwar Protoss. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player. We have the SC2 Zerg for Stowny Balls. The pressure is on. He has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. It is young Yakov. Let's go. Whew, let us go. As we are going to be opening up, once again, welcome to Match Point. Match Point is a very short map. It's very, would I say stout? Not really. So vertically it's quite long, but horizontally it's quite short. So basically the distance between this natural and this natural is very short, so aggression can be favored. You do expand vertically, and though away from your opponents, and we have seen a lot of mid to late game actually on match point as a result of that. I'll be honest, so far the best StarCraft Evolution games of the year have been on match point. It's crazy. We had a lot of very, very good games on this map, and we'll see that trend continues coming into our first week of Crank Gathers. Oh, Nexus Forge. So it's possible that Hearthstone... No, we're going for the Cannon Rush. Okay. We are going for the Cannon Rush. I was going to say that maybe Hearthstone's been speaking to Scarlett because they both did Open Forge. They both played Brutal Protoss. Cannon Rush is upon us, gets scattered by the Overlord, and young Yakov does pull the boys. Boys are being pulled. Hearthstone does set up here behind the wall. First cannon should be thrown down. There's the first cannon. And we'll see if we can cancel in time. Yep, does cancel. Oh, does not get out. There we go. So a little bit messy there. Oh, Azia, he was still 1 second too late. Throws down another cannon, but I don't really see this doing too much, to be honest. Like, there's not really much that we're really threatening here. The mineral line is safe. Spines are on the way. And the creep is going to be able to cover this. That's a kill, not a cancel. Oof. Yeah, messy execution here from Hearthstone. We're getting on top of another cannon. Down to two. 2 cannons left. 1 drone going down so far. And this is shut down. Yeah, this is shut down. That's another kill? What the Hearthstone. that's 2 kills on building cannons. Ay. Not like this. Yo, is he still hungover from Home Story Cup? Like, what's... Oh my god. How much did he drink, Pappy? Yeah, from here, the Cannon Rush is completely shut down. Yeah, Yakov is freely droning. And I would say this wasn't quite worth it. This was a big investment. Big investment. If we had canceled the cannons, then maybe a different story, but that was 3 cannons and 2 pylons. And with that young Yakov, we can freely drone, freely saturate. And young Yakov should be looking, I mean, he is looking a lot more comfortable here. From Hearthstone, we'll see how he takes up. So far, we've just built up our gate into Cybercore. Fast +1 is going to be on the way, so once again, leaning towards a gateway heavy style. And we'll see how this all unfolds. It's going to be Lair first. So sub 4-minute lair timing. I'm leaning more towards 2-base muta here, and it's gonna be a tough hold if Hearthstone fails to scout. Yeah, going for the Citadel, going into Zealot legs. Again, the Shopify Protoss players are playing very interesting, both Scarlett and Hearthstone. Like, we're so used to seeing Dragoon heavy compositions, or Dragoon into Reaver drops and Reaver play, or like Stargate based openers, but seeing both Scarlett and Hearthstone open early Forge into Zealot legs like this, it's different, right? It's interesting, it's different. I'm not entirely convinced by it, but I'm here for it regardless. Let's go. Harsum's claiming his third. Meanwhile, 2 base meter is coming. We do have a safety Stargate on the way here from Harsum, and just like last game, I'm imagining this is just for a singular scout, just to hunt down overlords. The added advantage of this in this position, though, is that we can start Corsair production almost immediately once we confirm the meter play. But will it be too late by then? Like, the big issue is that because Harsum is going into Zealot legs, there's no anti-air, there's no Dragoon range, there's only one Dragoon period. So these mutas, they can pop off quite hard. So here we go. Zealot legs into Storm. Spire's almost done. Harsum's still playing very blind as Harsum's seeing nothing in the bases. It's going to be Corsair first. But I also want to emphasize that Harsum has no idea that mutas are coming. That's why there's only one Stargate, only one Corsair. Ooh, as the pylon is going to go down. Yeah, Harsum's out of position. That hero. So the wall's at a wall. D powers the Stargates. Ay, probe's going to be falling as well. Denying mining. And here come the mutas. And mutas that have arrived. For now, distracted by the Zealots, distracted by the push. Crouching on the one Dragoon. Stargate's still depowered. We can see Harsum throwing down cannons. He's throwing down a wall of cannons. Now, at least these mutas had to be revealed early. True. It was an early revelation. Oh. Zealots are keeping the mutas back. This is giving Harsum valuable time. It's giving him time. And Harsum was just rallying. I mean, it's getting economic damage at least. 7 drones going down, not bad. As soon as they move in, catching out of the cannon. Let's go, going for the contamination. Catching up the Stargates. One Corsair goes down. There's only 2 left. Again, the cannons are helping at least. They're helping. And we can see the young Yakko behind this is switching into Hydra Tech. We're switching out into Hydras. The hope here is to force an overreaction against the muta play. Force that overreaction. As soon as they pick in. Oof. They bully the economy. Catching another Corsair. Not quite. Meanwhile, here comes Harsum. Again, the issue here is that we've been building up those Hydras, but they are exposed. Yeah, they're on their own. As Zealot close that gap. Late reaction. Yeah, the reaction out of young Yakov. Losing 1 Hydra already. Has to respect this, has to be careful. Mutas, they do clean up all the Corsairs. And all 3 Corsairs go down. And we need that ground army. Again, Harsum is all in. It's all or nothing. I say all in, like Harsum does have a comparable economy, to be fair. And he is forced back. Yeah, Harsum is forced back. Oh. Taking note of that, young Yakov, he does have a very low drone count. He did not saturate his 4th base, and he was bleeding out workers early on. So it's still very tense. I still do give the edge to young Yakov for sure, but Harsum has been making probes. He's been maintaining his losses. He's trying to recover. Storm is a non-factor here. Oof. Without Storm, Harsum should not be out here. We're playing with fire at the moment. Thankfully, Yakov doesn't know. He does give a lot of respect to those High Templar. As they harass, the meter count's going to be reset. Collapsing on the main army. Storm is now done. Show us the storms. Oh, losing one. Yeah, losing one. Losing 2 High Templar. Just 1 storm. And Harsum, who lose everything. He'll lose the entire army. Gets caught out in the open. Ay, ay, ay. The pants were down. Gets caught out. 4th base is denied. And Yakov looking to force the ace match. Looking to bring us to game 5. All the way, papi, all the way. As Yakov is moving in. Thankfully, there are 2 High Templar. Yeah, 2. So 2 High Templar to defend. We have a couple of storms. GG's to get into the mineral lines. Okay, nice harass. Oh, as the army's getting caught. So far, good reactions here by ByuN Yakov. Drones are going down to the Dark Templar. We're getting messy. We're getting messy. Cells are cleaned up. Still damage being done at the natural. Still popping up. Shows the storms. And Yakov, he pulls away. He does pull away in time. 12 drones going down. Finally, DT does fall. Messy defense at ByuN Yakov, but he's still about to max. Like, he's still maxing out, so has a massive army and an economy. Has still been out trading. Oof, that's another kill, not a cancel. Ay, ay, ay. Some heavy losses there for Harsum. And now we're collapsing in. If we're collapsing in, there are a lot of storms available, but oh, High Templar. There's 2 storms left. Lurkers move in. Those are the 2 storms. And Yakov, we can just keep this going. Do we have any detection? Uh-oh. No. There's no robo. There's no robo. There's no observatory. 0 detection for Harsum. Does he know he has to make an observatory? That's my concern. Robo's on the way. And we're going for the counterattack. We're going for the base trade. It's all or nothing. Harsum moves out. There are plenty of reinforcements, plenty of Hydras. Remember, there is no storm. And no storm. Does force a cancellation here, but with reinforcements, ByuN Yakov should have enough. Hydras, they did race back. Down to 1 Archon. Down to 1 High Templar. Yeah, down goes the main army. GG gets called, and ByuN Yakov ties up the series. We are going to the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. We are going to the ace match here again. Yeah, Harsum had an interesting build and an interesting response here, going for the cannon rush and going into gateway style behind that. Unfortunately, it was a very lackluster cannon rush. I would say that Harsum fell behind early on. He did fall behind, and also it was a shame that Harsum was unable to scout and confirm what his opponent was up to, as he did not know that mutas were coming. So it was also a very chaotic response to the muta play as well. In the end, ByuN Yakov, he more or less gained map control. It got a little bit messy, a little bit chaotic with the DT harass and a couple of zealot run-bys. Harsum was able to hinder the economy a little bit for ByuN Yakov, but for the most part, Yakov still looked quite comfortable and still did snowball out of control. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're getting into the ace match, the final game of the series, and it should be no surprise, but for the ace match, Shopify, they will field ByuN. ByuN coming in as the ace player does make sense. From the side of Stony Bulls, remember, they cannot field ByuN Yakov. Yakov, he's been fielded twice already, so he cannot be fielded again. It's going to be either G's Machine or Zardiant. Now, because it's obvious that ByuN would be picked, Stouty Bulls, they have the advantage of trying to snipe ByuN, right? That's the cool dynamic here about this kind of format, is that if there is a clear ace player, then you can try to prepare for them. And interesting choice. Personally, I would have gone for GG Machine, but they are fielding Zardians. Okay, let's go. Let him cook, Pappy, let him cook. But it is going to be ByuN versus Zardians in the ace match. Here we go. And to me, this tells me, and I think I would agree with this, Zardian, he's confident in his TVT. He is confident in his turn versus Terran. But is it going to be enough to bring down ByuN? Do we have some cheeky build up our sleeve? Let's go, as we are loading into Fear and Faith. Seeing chats. By the way, the SC2 versus Brutal matchup for the ace match is a coin flip. Oh, there you go. Coin flip. As spawning in the right-hand corner of Fear and Faith. Ooh, we have the SC2 Terran player representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the blue Terran player. We have the Broodwar Terran representing team. I said Hyper One representing Stouty Bulls. It is Zardians. Let's go. Let us go. Now, my question actually is for Kuro. For those who don't know, Kuro does admin the tournament. For the ace match, do we coin flip before the players are picked or after they're picked? I would imagine before, right? So you coin flip first, and then you pick the player? I would assume. I would assume. Yeah, coin flip before. Okay. So here we go. So they did know this coming into the matchup, into this ahead of time. Welcome to Fear and Faith. Fear and Faith is a 4-player spawn map. We can spawn in top right, top left, bottom left, and bottom right as well. So 4 possible spawn locations. And ByuN will scout Zardians immediately. Ay. So very fast scouts. We'll confirm. We'll find. Neither player went CC first, which is interesting to me. Was gas first, straight single gas opener, racks expand out of ByuN. Likewise, Zardian going for a zone, racks into CC, into factory. So happening up. Actually, that might have been a CC first out of Zardian, if I'm not mistaken. Curious. We're expecting mech again. Oh, for now going for the 1-1-1 though. Okay. Going for the 1-1-1. We're using the racks as scouts. Reaper does poke in. Will delay the CC. Oof. Nice delay. Nice pickup. Kills one. Does kill the one worker. Overlord is coming in. And from here, this should once again lead into Vulture play, but the fast starport has me curious. Are we opening up fast Wraith? Yeah, okay. So Wraith base opener out of Zardians. Interesting. Checking the vision here, ByuN, of course, is unaware of the follow-up. It's unaware. But we should be going for the safety cyclone nonetheless. Yep, safety cyclone, so he should be fine. We'll have what he needs. Just keep coin flipping throughout the game. Flip a coin for the player color. Flip a coin where they spawn. Flip a coin who's casting. True. Flip those coins. No. I mean, unironically, like we did flip some coins for a spawn location. So, all the RNG. So far, again, the Wraith is going to be denied, catching at 1 SCV. And we are continuing race production, even investing into the control tower. Oh, okay. Thinking about cloak. Is there a Wraith speed upgrade? Like, I'm very unfamiliar with Wraith upgrades. As we're going double starport. Okay, triple? It's going triple starport, papi. Ay, okay. You heard about 2 port 2 base all-ins. Well, we're going 3 port 2 base, papi. Let's go. As we're going into mass Wraith. I mean, hey, that's a way to play TVT, to fight for air control. I mean, that's a very common tactic in Terran versus Terran. Ooh, fails the scout. Nice snipe on the Reaper. ByuN so far does not know. Doesn't know, Bappy doesn't know. It's not called Valkyrie ends for nothing. I mean, if that was true, he'd be making Valkyries. Like, this is not lining up with his name, Bappy. Ah. Smurge. Almost, but not quite. Gonna raise the still amassing. ByuN, he will have some air control with his own Viking production, of course. As he does have reacted Viking. If he was aware of what's going on, I would imagine we would have seen a second starport. Now they're going for the third CC. Yeah, third CC is on the way. We have so far 5 Wraiths moving in. One shot against CVs. Gets 1, 2, 3 CV kills. Getting to 4. Oh, well, likewise their Wraiths are also getting 1 shots. The Viking does outrange the Wraith. That was a nice start. And we can see ByuN hunting for those Wraiths. Oh, the collision. The skyscraper is too tall. It's too tall, Pappy. Oh no. Again, we do see the vultures getting caught. Race they back off for a moment. Regrouping. Oh, and Zardian's gonna get caught out. Okay, that's good. Yeah, it does still get caught, losing 1 Wraith. Oh. Losing 2. Yeah, 2 Wraiths gonna be going down. We do trade. And all the Vikings gonna get caught out. Nice catch. Yeah, nice catch here by Zardian. Catching on the Vikings. Down to 2. Zardian, can he pull this off? Can the mass Wraith work? Only 2 tanks, so there's not really much support on the ground, and we're just expanding. Yeah, third CC is on the way. ByuN, he's not reacting with the second starport, so still trying to go into bio. I'll be honest, I don't see ByuN fighting for air control like this. Maybe I should have more faith in the Vikings. But again, it's on ByuN to kite back with the Vikings to make sure the Wraiths don't close that gap. Gets cloak. He moves in. Oh no, he gets caught. Yeah, he gets caught out as well. Massive catch. 1, 2 Vikings going down. The mass Wraith is working. ByuN wasn't attentive. He wasn't looking. And again, just really sneaky moves here with the Wraiths. Just really sneaky snipes. Just cloaking, moving in, catching ByuN when not looking, catching at 1, 2 Vikings, pulling away. Ensuring that ByuN never has air control. And Zardian's getting out of hand. He's moving in. Oh my god, does overextend here, losing 2 tanks. Zardian, we're gonna calm down. We're gonna calm down, losing a 3rd tank. Now moves in. ByuN, does he notice? Does he notice? Yeah, late reaction. Late reaction. Once again, losing 2 more Vikings and 2 more tanks. Again, these have been late reactions here from ByuN. Zone 1 away. We're now down to a 1 base economy. Ay, ay, ay. Down to 1 base, papi. Down to 1 as that's going to be 9 SCVs going down. Ray taking more bases. And for the first time this broadcast, we're going to see Broodor win a game. Let's go. In the TBT. Again, a very unique style here going Mass Wraith. Just to kind of re-clarify kind of like the dynamic here. Wraiths have shorter range, but they are faster. And we've seen, especially with Cloak, basically Zardian sharking around. He's been sharking around for these moments. Boys are being pulled. Desperation out of ByuN. Does pull the boys into tank fire. All the Vikings will go down. Yeah, we'll lose every single Viking. Oh, the Marines, they do what they can, but again, they're pushing into tank fire. And every Marine will fall. GG gets called, and Zardian will take down ByuN in the ace match. Stony Balls, they take down Shopify 3-2. GG. Whew, GG, well played. We spoke about this earlier here, but again, Stony Balls had the advantage of being able to snipe ByuN, as ByuN was the clear choice for ace match, and Zardian with his TVT with again a very unique style going Mass Wraith was able to catch ByuN with his pants down. We did mention that if ByuN had scouted earlier, commonly a second starport would make sense as a reaction. ByuN, he was a little bit too confident in his Vikings, and we saw that time and time again ByuN was caught inattentive to his Vikings, right? He was caught being inattentive. As a result, we saw Wraith able to close that gap, Cloak, close that gap, catch 1 or 2 Vikings, then back off, and just make sure that the Viking count was always always kind of just hindered. It was always on a low Viking count. GG. GG, well played. With that, Zardian, he maintained that air control, snowball out of control. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations. Zardian, he will claim the series, and that is our first series in the books here. Let's catch up. Let's catch up. Oh, look, it was me. Zardian. But you can see the matches here. Again, initially we saw Shopify, or we saw ByuN and Lambo kind of pop off. ByuN taking down Yakov in game 1. We had Juju Machine fighting back against Scarlett's Brood War Protoss. Lambo taking down Zardian, so meanwhile Yakov taking down Harsum. So we had that back and forth here. Again, Harsum's play was very shaky. You know, maybe still recovering from the weekend at Home Story Cup. That's my excuse. That's and it all popped off with the TVT again, with Zardian having a very unique and very well thought out build in that Terran versus Terran matchup, but fixating on air control, going triple starport Mass Wraith. GG. GG, well played. And with that, that's our first series in the books here. With that, Stony Balls, they do kick things off with a win, especially against a more notable team, but this might be a trend that continues here. Remember, there are some big teams competing, like Shopify, like Onside, like Basilisk, like Team Liquid, but these teams, they might be big teams in StarCraft 2, less so in StarCraft Evolution, especially Basilisk. Like, I'm really excited to see Basilisk play, just because they are the most inexperienced team in StarCraft Evolution, but the most successful team in StarCraft 2. So, like, you have that kind of dynamic, and we'll see if their raw skill carries them through the tournament. Because it may just, to be honest, like, it may just carry them through anyway. With that, we're going to be going on a break. And when we come back, we will have our next series. It is going to be Onside versus, if we lose, it's Crank's fault. True. We'll get into it. But now, though, we'll see you guys soon after the break. welcome back everyone, welcome back to the Crank Gathers, the Crank Gathers Season 4 Group A, week number 1. We just wrapped up with our first series of the broadcast with Shopify versus Downy Bulls, and now we're here with our second matchup of the group stage. It is going to be onside versus, if we lose, it's Crank's fault. True. We should also add the disclaimer that they're not referring to the cranky ducklings, they're referring to Crank, of course. We are but it also might be our fault as well. True. Shout out to Crank, of course. Crank, J1 Choi, he is, of course, running and hosting the tournament itself. That's why it's called the Crank Gathers. We are not affiliated, but our name, the Cranky Ducklings, is actually a reference and in tribute to Crank himself, as we did originally come from Crank's community. So we have those ties together. Good friends. Este Crank. Ay. Also, for those that are unaware, Crank's mascot back in the day, I don't think it is anymore, but back in the day, his mascot was a duckling. So hence, Cranky Ducklings. True. So where we came from, it's who we are. But for now, though, we have our fresh series. It is going to be that best of 5, and let's get into our matches here. Let's go. Switching our scenes over, we can catch up on the lineups. Both teams did field their respective lineups here, and game 1 is going to be a TVT between Percival and ByuN. Let's go. This is going to be that Terran versus Terran. Then we had onside, they fielded Maru in game number 2. Meanwhile, Crank's fault did field Rogue. So I should also mention as well that if we lose, it's Crank's fault is kind of a team that was brought together, but it's mainly ex-Jinair. It's ex-Jinair plus Percival. Bear that in mind. So we have Rogue, we have SOS, we have Creator, all ex-Jinair players. Trap is also on the team, also ex-Jinair. And then Percival got thrown in. So for the second matchup, it is going to be Maru versus Rogue in a TVZ. Third matchup is going to be a PvP between ByuN and SOS. And then game 4 will be a revive for ByuN. ByuN will be fielded for a second time. Creator will be fielded for the first time. It'll be a TVP between ByuN and Creator in that 4th game. And then we'll have the ace match if we get there. Again, that's when we'll have both teams kind of decide on that final player if we go all the way to game number 5. Now, when it comes to this tournament here, once again, it's similar to Basilisk, where Basilisk and Onside, they are the 2 best teams in StarCraft 2. They have very, very high caliber, successful players, of course, but they are both the most inexperienced teams in StarCraft Evolution. ByuN, Maru, ByuN, Shin, I would say, is the most experienced player on Onside, but Shin is not playing for Onside in this tournament. Shin, he abandoned his boys, baby. Shin, he's playing on Team CRHB, which I would say is a stronger team than Onside, actually, like on paper, based on their experiences. So Shin, he abandoned Onside for this team league, and he left ByuN, Maru, and ByuN to fend for themselves. I would have said that Shin would have been the ace player for Onside if he was playing for them, but without Shin, yeah, it's gonna be messy. Let's go. It's catching up. Jinair hasn't been in esports in a long time. Yeah. I mean, if you remember, what was it? Jinair without Maru was a team in the World TV Team League earlier this year. Like they all came back together again. So it was really cool to see the ex-Jinair boys coming together as one. To compete in the World TV Team League. And if you remember, it was also ex-CJ Entus, where Hero, Bunny, and Shin they played together as well in the World Team League. There were a lot of these old teams that came back together. We even had ex-SKT during the Doyo Cup. During Doyo Cup. For those that are unaware, a lot of these players that used to live together in these team houses, these bonds are pretty strong and they're all really good friends. There's a reason why, for example, ByuN, Maru, and Creator are really good friends, because they all used to be on Prime. And they still do make references to their older teams. Infamously, of course, this year in GSL, Hero, he was referring to Shin as being a rookie on CJ at the time, and how, like, oh, if he beats me in the finals, no, then CJ, they did well picking up this rookie, like, sort of thing. Like, there was a lot of, like, old school banter about those days, just because those were very, very formative years for a lot of the Korean players. There's not every Korean player were those teams and those team houses. So yeah, a lot of these friendships, they still are very much so a thing now, for sure. It was not CJ Entus. Yeah, that's it. It was not CJ. I was just watching you and Yaku casting some Quanta games. Crazy you're live right now. Yo, that would have been a long time ago. Este is actual. Good to see you. But let's go. Let us go. We are getting back into our next game. We're going to be jumping to our first series, ByuN versus Percival. Let's go. We're jumping in. Fun fact, we actually casted Quanta this week. Sorry, last week. Last week, Quanta, he actually played in the qualifier for this tournament. If you missed it, he did play in the qualifier for this very tournament. So it was great seeing Quanta again after so long. Still one of my favorite Terran players. My Quanta. Well, let's go. Let us go. It's spawning in the right-hand corner of Fighting Spirits. We have the red Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran representing onside. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Brood War Terran player representing Crank's fault. It is Percival. It's all Crank's fault. As I get into our best of 5. Also, I should I don't know if it matters too much, but for this event, CranKy was of course casting in Korean, Solar was casting with him, and I believe for the qualifiers ByuN was casting with him. So we had ByuN and Crank casting together for the qualifiers, and Solar and Crank casting together for the first week. As Solar is not playing in the first week, not playing this week. Question becomes, who does he bring on next as well? Like, I feel like Crank and ByuN is the obvious pick, but it'd be cool if he brings on some of the other Koreans to cast for the first time. Would be nice. For now, CC first out of Percival. It is going to be Rax first out of ByuN. So ByuN playing a little bit safer, Percival being a little bit greedier here as we do load into Fighting Spirit. Fighting Spirit is a 4-player spawn map. You can spawn in bottom left, bottom right, top right, and top left as well. So 4 possible spawn locations. We'll see if our players will find each other when it comes to our openers. So it's talking about Marine King. Is he ever going to come back to SC2? God, at this point, no. I mean, anything is possible, right? It's like we have technically like MC, right? He's coming back for the Classic Cup for a little bit. You know, Parting shows up every like 5 years. ByuN, he's been, I want to say he's been away for like maybe a year. I want to say he was absent for like a year, but last week, ByuN, he started streaming again, which was cool. ByuN. I think it was last week. There's always like a slim chance that maybe, but assume not. Assume not. That's from here. We're going to be opening up. ByuN, he does find Percival almost immediately. Meanwhile, Percival is not fully aware. He did see the angle of the SCV, but it could still be a little bit more ambiguous as to whether it's top right or top left. Meanwhile, Reaper does arrive, and we do see a full wall set up here for Percival. Bearing in mind that there, I think there is a, yeah, okay, there is a Reaper cliff coming to the main. Reaper does move in, and we'll see if Percival can minimize losses. So far, a couple of boys are being pulled. Marine does kite back. So far, no dead SCVs, but we'll lose some mining time. We'll lose mining time. Oh, we're rushing into U238 shells. Huh. That's different. okay, Shells, what you got? And also, welcome to Fighting Spirits. When it comes to the CVT, I should also emphasize that Percival is very inexperienced. He's very inexperienced in StarCraft Evolution. So, I mean, in general, I mentioned this earlier, but a lot of the players competing here are. So I'm excited to see how he does perform in this mod and against ByuN. Let's go. As ByuN, again, he does poke in, confirms the 2-Rax opener, confirms the bio play. As we're going for a bit of a 2-1-1 setup here. But again, I would say this is less aggressive and weaker than, say, like a 3-Rax, for example. In my mind, this like shows me like how inexperienced Percival is, just because this build is maybe a little bit less efficient. It does have some potential, of course, with U238 shells. It's very unique. As Percival does move out, no stim. The Reaper does bypass the army. And here comes Percival. Back at home, there's a bunker. Bunker is set up. Percival pulls away. So ByuN, he holds, he defends, he scouts across the map. Behind this, ByuN building up his own 1-1-1 setup, getting to his own bio tank. Standard setup here for TVT. And Percival, he's getting there as well. So there is the advantage of seeing some of these like less refined builds, is that we get to experience the mid to late game a lot more, just because like there's a lot less aggression coming out from them. I say that from like Hearthstone, from Scarlett, from Percival as well. And I would imagine from some of these other players. So that is the advantage, is we get to embrace and experience some of these longer games. At least that is the hope. As we see these guys kind of explore StarCraft Evolution. As Raven does move in, we can see Percival sharking around. Does scan. At the same time, we do see 2 SCV kills. Percival getting within range of the bunker. Tank is spotted, by the way. ByuN, he's going to be able to react. Yeah, ByuN, he does reposition. Second factory's on the way. So ByuN is playing mech. He's going to mech it up. Meanwhile, again, the tank is within range of the bunker. ByuN going for his own Liberator, dropping to the main. Not bad. Gets in, distracts. Getting 1, getting 2, getting 3. 3 SCV kills. Dropping the tank as well. There's that auto turret. And this is going to be an expensive loss here for Percival. We'll lose the tank, we'll lose the dropship as well. Does get 4 SCVs. But I'm worried about the Liberator. Right now, air control is in favor of ByuN, and that's all that really matters. We saw this in the previous TVT between ByuN and Zardians. How crucial air control can be in TVT. Yo, let's go. It has been months, if not unironically a full year, since I've seen wait, sorry, I almost said optical flare. What upgrade is this? I didn't even know. It's been a while. It's been a while. Is that just like the medic energy upgrade? Like what? Okay. Let's go. Restoration, there you go. Restoration, that's the cleanse, right? That's so in TVT that helps against like disables. So if we see interference matrix coming in, then you can cleanse that. I want to say the last time I saw restoration used in StarCraft Evolution was actually a year ago. I want to say, was it ByuN? No, was it Honmono versus like Kiwian, like top? Maybe. Like, if you remember, last year there was an era of a bunch of TVTs with Tasia, with Kiwian, with Honmono, with ByuN, with Dice as well. Like, there was a period where we saw a lot of TVTs. Where a lot of the turns were being active. But again, it's been a long time. Here we go. I can't believe it's been that long. Yeah. But again, for those that are curious, restoration is kind of like a cleanse. So we can come in and like disable a bunch of tanks, but then you can counter disable with your cleanse. Next to move in. He's laying the third. Third is delayed. Percival claiming his own. Percival does rotate. It does move in. I forgot. It's stuck in my mind, but that's only because that's literally the only time we've seen restoration used in StarCraft Evolution, at least from what my casting is in TVT to counter interference matrix. Haven't seen it used in any other scenario, in any other situation. Once again, tanks are moving in. Once again within range, and ByuN is struggling here to defend. ByuN is still building up Thors. Okay. Thors on the way, more Vikings. Once again, attempt to get more air control. We have how many Vikings so far? 9 versus 10 Wraiths. Oh, Nice snipe. Gets one, gets two, gets three. Oh my god, so much free damage. Yeah, all the hex would be going down the race. Yo, do you think Percival, do you think he was watching Zardians? Was he inspired by the Zardians? Maybe. Yeah, we get the armor shred, but that is so many free tanks going down. Once again, the mobility of those wraiths. They're popping off. Yeah, it does punish ByuN. Percival claiming a fourth. It's similar with optical flare. Like the only time that we've seen optical flare used was against Colossus, I think. Yeah. Against Colossi. Like that's burned into my skull. Now they're just building up energy upgrades. Still going mass tank wraith. More tanks moving in. Once again, getting within range of the CC. I think this is just such a difficult position here for ByuN. Oof. Yeah, losing far too much. More tanks falling. We see ByuN going for a desperation heli run by, which has some potential. Yeah, ByuN now throwing down extra starports, getting it to triple. Still needs more time. Building more at the same time. Heli run by into the mineral line. SCVs are going down. Nice damage. It's paying off. Percival is out of position. Oh, but he's just setting up. Yeah, he's setting up outside, throwing down more turrets. Rotating over. Looking for another way in. Yo, there are some of these new art assets that I'm still not used to. But we're going for the BC transition. Yamato's on the way. Let's go. Getting to Yamato, going to mass BC. It's been a while. I mean, in general, there's been less StarCraft Evolution this year, but let's go. So we have 5 BCs on the way. And ByuN's just being outscaled, right? He's being outscaled. ByuN having a hard time expanding, getting a 4th CC up and running, maintaining his own army. The Liberators, they almost have extend. He catches who? Nice snipe. Does try to commit. This fight I'm not too certain about. It cleans up all the Liberators at least and does have to back off. Has to respect those Thors. Gotta respect the Thors. Yamato is done. Again, BC's amassing. ByuN is still fixated on that anti-ground army as he's switching to Mass Liberator when really we need to go for our own BC switch or more Vikings or more Raven even as well. So it does feel like ByuN is one step behind. BCs are revealed. Show us the Yamatos. Show us the Yamato, papi. Still pushing forward. Oh. There it is, we got one! Jesus. The Vikings, they can two-shot the BCs. They can two-shot. There was one volley going off and the BC's at less than half HP. Gotta be careful. This is where I remember, I think we were casting Tage at the time, but when we're going to Mass Viking and then just like a handful of Valkyries go a long way. Like Valkyries, they do so much splash damage. And with how prone these Vikings are to clumping. But again, personally, he might just not be aware. Like again, for a lot of these players, like they're a little bit less familiar with brutal units. But I would imagine that at this stage of the game, wraiths are less useful, like as a supportive units. Oh, losing one. Losing one BC. Early on, when it comes to their shocking and harassing potential, like wraiths they can excel, but I would assume that at this stage of the game, they're losing some of their potency, and it would be worth mixing in a couple of Valkyrie. Like I'm thinking like 4 or 5 Valkyrie. You don't need that many. Oh, comes in from behind. Okay, catching up the army. Jesus. Yeah, free damage. No Raven. Yamato's going off in the tanks. Very nice play here from Percival. But every engage here, he's beating out a lot of wraiths. You know, 3 wraiths going down. Once again, guess what? Ooh, nice scan. And nice scan from ByuN. Wraiths are trying to find value here. Oh, catching reinforcements. Let's go. 1, 2, 3 for Vikings. I was about to say this should prompt ByuN to potentially even dive on these BCs, but no, ByuN, he backs off. He backs off, pulls away, sneaking out of 4th base. It's completely exposed and has now been found. Oh. Yeah, catching out 13 SCVs. Once again, late scan. Again, these wraiths are so annoying to deal with. And it looks like we will reset the Viking counts. Massive Yamatos going off. Running out of Vikings. Singular wraith in the main. Okay, we have a second group. What's how many? 20. So 20 Vikings. BCs are going to be focused down. Drilling a couple of Yamatos. But I feel like Percival might be overextending here. As Percival, he will lose every single BC. Yeah, expensive losses. Does kill the mineral lines, does kill 24 workers, but again, every BC goes down. This is ByuN's moment. He's pushing. ByuN is moving out at the same time. Percival trying to switch into Goliaths. The Goliath switch. Spirit is still living rent-free in my mind, by the way, with Mask Goliath. He left an impression. He's when I see Goliath, I think Spirit, Pappy. I think Spirit. Always. When I see the Brutal Ghost, I think Honmono. True. I think of an animal. Oh, God. Once again, ByuN is only barely able to fight for map control at the same time, more harassing on the top side. I think this is hurting ByuN more than Percival, as he just has a lower base count and lower SCV count. ByuN is hurting. We're peeling away. Oh. Okay, switching into Widow Mines instead. I mean, that's the way to do it, sure. We're setting up these mine traps to bait in the wraiths. ByuN trying to come up with some solutions. Oh. Yeah, the base is completely caught off guard. ByuN's out of position. He's racing on over it, but the base is going to fall. Should lose the expansion. Percival has to get out of here. Does try to pull away. Massive armor shot on the Wraiths. Oof. And the armor shot goes off. Oof. A lot of Wraiths go down. But now we have support. There we go. We have that ground support. Goliaths are moving in. Oh, here we have the Valkyries. Let's go. We got him. Only two. They do die. They do die instantly. But hey, we had some of them. It's like 2 Valkyries. Let's go. Yeah, we're making a little bit of everything at this point. Science vessels? Okay. I guess we can defense matrix? True, I guess. Bearing in mind that Irradiate does not work against mechanical units, so we're a little bit limited in what the science vessels can bring to the table. I guess outside of EMP on the Ravens as well, I guess. An EMP. Yeah, as ByuN, he's just desperate. He's just desperate. He's all in, just rallying everything across the map. Back at home, there's nothing. Like, there's no economy. There's a defense matrix. Tanking shots. Oof, massive amount of shots going off as well. And Percival looking to claim a lead for his team. It's not going to be Crank's fault. It's not his fault. GG. GG gets called, and Percival takes game number 1. Whew. GG, well played. Again, Percival does claim lead for his team, lead for Crank, if you will. Meanwhile, again, it was a really interesting dynamic here. Going Mass Wraith, I mean, we've seen it twice now, and it's a very different dynamic in TBT. ByuN, he's known for having the best positional play in turn versus Terran, period. Like, better than Maru, better than Clem. Like, ByuN is the best at that, but because of the speed of the Wraith, like, it's a very different kind of interaction here, where the faster player now has more potential in mech versus mech in TBT because of how fast the Wraiths are. You can micro them, you can control them, you can dip in between the bases, catch reinforcements, close that gap. But with Cloak, you have that micro potential as well to be able to close that distance, catch someone not paying attention, catch out Vikings. It's a very active style. And yeah, with that, ByuN, he was torn apart. He was torn apart. GG, well played. With that, it's not Crank's fault. Takes the lead in the series, and we're getting ready for game number 2. Ooh, let's go. Up next is going to be a TVZ between Maru and Rogue. But at the same time, Maru, he's going to be playing Brood War Terran. And Maru, he's very inexperienced in Brood War. So I'm okay. So a couple of things coming into this. Maru and ByuN, they're best friends. Straight up, they're best friends. So I would imagine that Maru went to ByuN for help, and I would imagine that ByuN told him to just every game, just like 3x him. Just go 3x him every game. Just send that back. So that's what's gonna happen in my mind. But we'll see. Spawning in the top right hand corner of Fear and Faith, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Brood War Terran representing Onside. Down in the series, can he bounce back for himself and for his team? It is Maru. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player. We have the South Korean Zerg representing. It's not Crank's fault. Or sorry, if we lose, it is Crank's fault. It is Rogue. Will it be Crank's fault this week? Is it his fault? Let's go. As for now, we are going to be opening up. Welcome to Fear and Faith. Fear and Faith is a 4-player small map. You can spawn in top right, top left, bottom left, and bottom right as well. So 4 possible spawn locations. We'll see how long it takes for our players to scout each other, as Rogue will scout Maru immediately with that vertical scout. So Rogue will find Maru. Meanwhile, Maru, he's known for his aggression, is going CC first on Fear and Faith, which is standard. So we're going for a faster expansion on the 4-player small map. This also will delay any kind of early Rax production and early Rax aggression. So eyes on Maru to see how he does play this out. Let's go. I was going to say that Maru, he's known for aggression, he's known for all-ins, but because of the economic start, this will delay any kind of earlier stim timing he wanted to go for. Likewise, we do see Rogue drone scouting bottom left. Okay, interesting. Does drone scouts. And we'll find Maru. Now, bearing in mind that Rogue, he was just enjoying the latest patch in base SE2 as he was able to bring down Maru in the GSLCK. In GSLCK. Again, they're both good friends, both ex-Jinair. Maru, who was bantering with Rogue at the time, telling him that, yeah, he's just going to all-kill. And Rogue was letting him know that he planned to come over during the weekend to help Maru clean his room. They were memeing that Maru's room is messy as they were playing on cams, and Rogue was offering to help him clean the room. Maru was like, okay. So we're about to get messy again, and so far it is going to be racks into factory. Are we tempted to mech it up? Are we tempted? Do we go machine shop into Vulture? What's the plan? No, double star. Okay. Yo, Maru's been inspired. He saw the last 2 TVTs. He's like, yo, Mass Wraith is looking pretty good. But this is not a Terran opponent. Like, the dynamic is very different here, but okay. Sure. Like, in TVT it's different because air control is so crucial in Terran versus Terran. Against Zerg, Rogue has options, especially if he's able to scout, of course. For now, Rogue just opening up, claiming his third base, no lair yet. Control tower's on the way, that'll be for Cloak. Mass Wraith is coming. Is going to be a Roche base build here by Rogue. And here comes the Overlord. Will Rogue scout the starports? Will he confirm? Used restoration and to cure what? Percival research restoration was not used at all. Cured nothing. The answer is nothing was cured. Nothing was cured. But it was research, which is nice. As the Overlord Scout is denied. It denies the Scouts. Rogue is still playing blind. The Mass Wraith can catch him off guard. Cure plays tomorrow. True. He does play tomorrow. And Cure is playing for Team Liquid. For the Team League. He'll be there for the Liquid boys. As we're still amassing more Wraiths. Rogue taking up. Still completely unaware as to what's going on. Completely. Oh, until now. Yeah, does see the Wraiths. Does scout. Does scout. Does confirm. Instantly, spores are being thrown down. Rogue reacts. Responds with the spores. Banshee's moving in. Rogue is trying to set up. So far, losing 2 drones. 2 drones. 2 overlords. Again, queens are responding. No Spire or Hydrogen yet. As there's going to be a mech variation here, going Mass Wraith into tanks. Okay. He's building up his tanks. Does confirm the roaches. And queens are going down. Losing just the 1 queen so far. Once that Overseer fails to snipe. Rogue pulls away. And is Rogue just gonna rush across the map with Mass Roach? Is that the plan here? Like, there's still no anti-air. Bearing in mind that Maru is still making more Wraiths. So 8 Wraiths. I assumed that it was gonna be a mech transition, but no, we're throwing down extra Raxes into late +1, into late stim. I mean, there's no academy. It's a very messy follow-up here. Like, the Wraiths have been nice. We've gotten some value, but I feel like we still need more here. considering how delayed everything is. Speaking of delayed, Link Speed. Let's go. Link Speed is on the way. Looks like we're switching out of Roach Hydra into Link Hydra. Meanwhile, shout out to Psychons. Psychons in the chat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing for 7 months. 7 months back. Gracias, gracias. Sorry, 18 months. 7 in a row is what I meant to say. 7-month streak. 18 months. Gracias, gracias. So we have our Link Hydra amassing. In the race, they haven't gotten much yet. Queens deflect. Maru does claim his third. And Maru, he still needs time to build up. So has to build up that bio army. It's still lacking. At least the economy has been delayed for Rogue, right? There is no 4th expansion. The 4th base is very late, I would say. So late 4th base, late drones, late saturation. Radiators in production. Getting into a radiate. Oh, and Rogue is still investing into roaches, actually, so he's going for an earlier push. He's building up his Roach Hydra. There's currently 4 tanks, 3 at the natural, 1 in the main. Sorry, 4 at the natural, 1 at the third. So we're slowly building up that tank count. Irradiates will help. I can see Maru defending here, but it depends on the angle. It depends on what Rogue hits first. Does Rogue try to force his way up the ramp, or does he rotate towards the third base, which is much more exposed? Let's go. Where are we headed? Again, Rogue does cut workers at 3 base saturation, 66 drones, 66 workers, no droning at the 4th. So very, very committed play here on 3 bases. Hive has now begun. Collapsing on the bio. Tanks a little bit further back. And so far trading well. A lot of Marines going to be falling. And Marines, they do fall. We do not get into Mineral. Nice radiation here on, or nice irradiates on the Ravager. But SCVs are falling. Yeah, all these workers are all going to go down. Massive pickups. Ay, ay, ay. Again, this base was completely exposed. 16 SCVs. Crazy damage. And with that, Maru has been hindered. At least Maru has retained his tank count. True, it's a very, very high tank count. Well, that's what the Vipers are for. That's where the Vipers come into play. As Maru does catch a couple of workers. 1, 2, 3 drones going to be going. 4 drones going to be going down. Get nice control here by Maru. Viper production has begun. Catches some Vipers at the same time. Hydra's looking a little bit exposed as well. Nice irradiates. Yeah, massive irradiates to the main army. Rogue gets to get the hell out of here. Has to pull away. Rogue's in trouble. Clumping up his army. He'd be clumping. And again, just purely for these irradiates, Maru, he can just keep pushing. He's got, what, 2 left? There's 1. There's 1. There's 2. There's soon to be another irradiate. Again, so far, very nice irradiates. The army taking a lot of damage. Maru sims in. Doesn't quite break through, though. The issue here with this trade, he traded very nicely, but the economy is still untouched. So Rogue is still enjoying an 80 worker count. So he can sustain some of these losses. Still stuck with a relatively clunky army, though. Oh, does a duct. Catching at 2. 2 science buses going down. We're still lacking, though, when it comes to Roach Hydra. Tanks are moving in. There's 1 blinding cloud. Just 1. Yeah, just the 1 cloud. Maru snowballing out of control. Remember that Rogue, he's up in supply, but that's roaches. It's inflated army supply. It's inflated. No, no. It tries to collapse in. Nice defense matrix on the tank, and Maru snowballing out of control. He breaks through the main army, pushing towards a natural. It was a shaky start with the Wraiths. Again, I wasn't too convinced by the Wraith play. We did see Maru lose a lot in the counterattack, but he was able to retain his tanks, if you recall. We mentioned this earlier. He retained his tanks from the beginning, built up his vessels. And Rogue cannot engage, not into this siege line. Again, so many tank shots popping off. Does catch two. Does catch two tanks. That's all he's gonna get. Oh, he did. Oh no, he only kills one. Yeah, just kills the one. As GG gets called, and Maru, he does fight back for his team for onside. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Again, a bit of a messy game here, a little bit messy, a little bit shaky, but regardless, Maru, he was able to get away with it in the end. In the end, the racer were able to give him some map control. I will say that Rogue, he forced himself all in. If you remember, he himself stayed on the lower drone count for a long time, late fourth base, late saturation. He was a lot more committed, a lot more invested when it came to his initial push, and he was able to get some damage done, but yeah, he did struggle when it came to the follow-up here. He was stuck on Roach Hydra. It was still a very clunky army. GG. GG, well played. I don't blame Rogue because I wasn't even convinced myself it was going to be Bio. Like, again, it was a heavy double starport start, then into tanks, then into very late Bio production, so Rogue never had a chance to build up into Ling Bane, for example, into a stronger, like, anti-Bio force. He was stuck on Roach Hydra. GG, which is a little more vulnerable to something like Irradiates. Is more vulnerable. And with that, we're tied up. We're tied up 1-1 here. We're getting to game number 3, and I hope you're ready for the PvP. Up next is going to be ByuN versus SOS. Let's go. ByuN, of course, repping onside. SOS repping. It's Crank's fault. True. Let's go. And once again, we're going to be entering a dynamic here with two players that are very inexperienced in StarCraft Evolution. So we'll see how SOS does embrace this. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Sylphid, we have the Brood War Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing It's Crank's fault. It is SOS. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the SE2 Protoss player representing onside. It is ByuN. I'll fix up the player names. Un momento. Man, beautiful. Looking very fresh today. It's very cold. If you're curious, I'm all wrapped up in a jacket, all wrapped up around my neck as it's been very cold this past month even, like 3-4 weeks. They're very, very cold, and there's been a couple of days as a result of that where my throat has been struggling just because it's cold, plus like dry air, and just it's been a little bit rough. I've been straining my voice a lot easier because of the weather. So we gotta look after ourselves. Gotta warm up. Yeah. Here we go. Here we go. Welcome to Sylphid. Sylphid is a 3-player spawn map. You can spawn in top side, left side, and right side. So 3 possible spawn locations. Meanwhile, it is going to be a PvP, but it's a mirror matchup in name only. Zerg, Terran, and Protoss, despite them sharing their names, the Brood War equivalents are very different in how they play. Here we do have SOS experiencing and embracing a Brood War Protoss. Typically, when it comes to PvP, we see very heavy Dragoon Reaver play, but we have been seeing some players experiment a little bit. And as I mentioned before, SOS is a lot more inexperienced in StarCraft Evolution, so I don't really know, because of that, he might not stick to the meta, right? Like the meta is one thing, but you know, this is where a lot of the inexperienced players can start to be a little more exploratory. We saw that already with Scarlett and Hearthstone in the previous series, where they were like experimenting a little bit. Here, looking like a Reaver drop. Okay. As the probe did get trapped on the egg, so it was a little bit unfortunate. Don't think that was intentional. We do have some new egg models here, but it's going to be a Robo, most likely into Bay, into Reaver drop. these are our expectations out of where SOS is leading us. Meanwhile, Zan just going 2-gate opener into a fast Twilight Council into a delayed expansion. Oh, setting up a proxy location as well. Are we thinking DTs? Could be Twilight Council into Dark Shrine. But remember, SOS already has the Robo, so he's already on the path to get to tech eventually. For now, though, we're expecting the Bay. Show us the Bay. Huh. Oh, and there it is. Yeah, we're going for the Bay here. So again, this is for Reaver production for shuttle drops. At the same time, it is proxy Dark Shrine. Now, because we're opening up Reaver, this means there is no observatory. For those that are unfamiliar with Brood War, in Brood War, you need another tech structure to make an observer. You can't just make vanilla observers like you typically would in SE2. You need an observatory. So there's an extra kind of step that you have to take, and without it, zero detection. So that Dark Shrine is halfway done, and DTs may just end the game, to be honest. As here comes the Reaver. This was also inefficient. Typically, the way that you want to do this is that as the bay is being made, you make a shuttle, so then you already have your shuttle ready, and then you can line it up with the Reaver. So this is a little bit messy out of SOS. And the Dark Shrine is about to finish, and SOS has no idea. Oof. Yeah, he has no idea. Build order wins do happen in StarCraft 2, and they happen in StarCraft Evolution as well. They're very rare, I will say. It's not like they're too common, but this is a situation where there just is no detection. So, like, there's no forge, there's no cannons. That's like the alternate form of detection would be cannons or observer. We got none of it. The DCs are coming. The Dark Templar. We're waddling in. And oh, he's killing his own Dragoon. Let's go. SOS, he targeted his own Dragoon for some splash damage. Let's go. The observatory is now on the way. That was a very unique way to deal with this, but it's still brutal damage. It's still 11 probes going down. I get the splash damage with the Scarlett. Let's go. Unlike the Disruptor, the Reaver has to target a unit to be able to attack. Has to target something. But again, 17 probe kills, critical damage. SOS now has half the working count of Zan. Zan is on 41. We have 23 here for SOS. Detection has now arrived, but this is crippling damage. Again, this could have been game ending, right? But yeah. SOS is like, what do I do now? Like, what? Smurge, baby, smurge. Zan's like, leave the game. Because I'm joking. I'll whip out my Google Translate. So he's like, otoke. I'll whip it out. So based on my translations, SOS, he was like, how do you feel? And Zan was like, I feel good. God, no. What did SOS say? As he attempts to Reaver drop. Attempts to. Okay. Well, I need to... I'm jumping in. Oh! Yeah, the probes do climb up. Jesus. SOS having fun. 8 probes. 8 probes going down. Messy defense here from Zan against the Reaver drop. The Reaver drop does have potential. Okay, okay. Unironically, killing 8 workers, we're slowly catching up. Well, we're getting there. I mean, Zan is still up a base, still up an expansion. Likewise, Zan is getting into disruptors. I wouldn't say this is the best way to deal with Reavers, but sure. Gonna be Stalker Disruptor against Dragoon Reaver. Let's go. The old generation against the new. True. With the players as well, unironically. With the players as well. I mean, I say that, like, Disruptors are amazing against Dragoons just because, unlike Stalkers, they can't blink. So, it is very difficult to avoid Novas. Like, Novas, they typically do shut down Dragoons pretty hard. Due to the Dragoon's immobility. Scarab shot going up. Shields first Nova. Oof, catching out Dragoons. 3 Dragoons falling. As we mentioned, again, it's very difficult to split against Novas with Dragoons. Scrap shots coming in. Catching out. Oh my god, the army clumps up. Jesus. Yes, now I'm panicking a little bit here. The lift! A little bit too late. Oh my god. Baits in the army. Nice juggling here by SOS. Scrap shots going off, and SOS, he can do this. He can do this. Stalkers are coming from behind. Oh, the Nova connects. Yeah, Nova does connect. A messy fight here, but with that flanking army, we do see the Reavers. They get very low. 1 Reaver survives, and Zan holds. Zan does hold on. And remember, behind this, no third base. There's no third expansion. There's no greater economy. SOS was all in. Had potential. Oof. We'll lose the final Reaver. Reaver goes down. Peeking off the Dragoon. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Zaun. No. Oh my god. Once again, massive Nova. Massive connection. Cleaning up the Dragoons. Cleans up. Oof. And again, now there's no shuttle, there's no counter micro. In the end, Zaun does overextend with these Stalkers blinking into Reaver shots. But remember, Zaun is up a base, up in economy, up in production. And SOS, he's running out of steam. I do appreciate that he still made a game out of this, despite losing 17 probes at the start of the game. Like, he still fought back and still had potential, and there's a world where he might have even broken through. Oh my god. The Scarab chasing the Stalkers after the blink is crazy, by the way. You can see the Scarab make a U-turn over. That's insane. The heat-seeking Scarab shots. It's crazy. Oh my god. Zaun is like, how did we lose this technology? Like, how did we lose that? What's going on, Protoss? What's going on? As Zaun is a little bit trigger happy here. Setting out all 3 Novas, claiming a 4th base. 4th base is building up. Again, the one thing keeping SOS in this game, and the one thing that has all that potential, of course, are the Reavers, but again, we're making 1 Reaver at a time, and they're very slowly getting into the fight. It takes a long time to rebuild those Reavers. So the Reaver trying to claw its way in. Blinking forward, Reaver goes down, massive pickoff. Yeah, catching out the Reaver, and from here is down. He does snowball. We do see that SOS was out of position. He's at the 3rd location. Oh, nice connection. Catching out 2 Stalkers. Catching out 2. Ooh, catching out 3. And yeah, only 3 shots. Oh, the Novas! Oh my god! The counter Novas. Catching out the Dragoons. 1 Disruptor barely recalls away. And once again, looks like SOS, who will defend the natural. Barely defend the natural base. But what about the 3rd? Oof. Yeah, the 3rd still goes down. Again, SOS still cannot maintain these losses. Is pushing. He's down to, I believe, 1 Reaver left. Yeah, down to 1 Reaver. Una más, papi, una más. This many Reavers is kind of wild. I mean, it's very necessary in PvP. When you think about the Reaver, you shouldn't think of it like a disruptor. You should think of it like an immortal. Because the Protoss Robo, the Brutal Robo army is like very limited. Yeah, GG. GG gets called. As Downey does overwhelm, and he does take a lead for his team for onside. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Down to take lead. But winding it back here, you should think of the Reaver more like a cross between like a disruptor and an immortal, just because when it comes to Robo production, you can only make a Reaver, so it kind of it plays two different roles for the Brutal Protoss army. So it is kind of like the backbone, it is like the core of like the Protoss army in PvP. And in other matchups it can be as well. So you know, a little bit more heavily reliant on that, and it was just a really rough start. Like, honestly, if it wasn't for the opener, if it wasn't for SOS losing 17 probes at the start of the game, I can see a world where he wins this game. Like, he was playing well, he was trading well. Like, we saw that Zaun was kind of panicking a little bit and struggling against the Scarab shots, against the Reavers. If only the DTs hadn't given Zaun such a massive lead early on, that hadn't happened, I can see SOS winning that. GG. GG, well played with that. Zaun, he will claim lead for his team. Remember, this is a best of 5. Best of 5 between Onside and Crank's Fault. And so far, we're on match point. We're on match point. Up next, who is going to be fielded? ByuN. ByuN is coming in once again for Team Onside. Meanwhile, Creator is coming out for Team Crank's Fault. For X-Gen Air. Let's go. Let's go. It's going to be loading into Blackrock. And again, ByuN needs to win one game here to claim the series. Creator has to fight back to force the ace match. Now, what I will say is that Creator, unironically, he's one of the best Protoss players in StarCraft Evolution. Like, he's up there. I would say he's still behind Classic, but I think I might say that Creator's top 2. I might say he's top 2 Protoss in StarCraft Evolution, and we'll see how he does compare as the SC2 Protoss. So spawning in the right-hand corner of Blackrock, we have the SC2 Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss for team. If we lose, it's Crank's fault. It is a Creator. And the pressure is on. And spawning in the bottom-hand corner, we have the red Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran for Team Onside. The Broodor Terran, it is ByuN. He's on match point. One more game is all he needs to claim this series. Can he close it out? Can he redeem himself, as ByuN is the one player that did lose earlier for his team? That was, of course, in the TVT against Percival. And now we get to experience ByuN's Brood War Terran for the first time. True. CC first. So CC first here out of ByuN. Creator coming with the Probe Scouts. Now, once again, ByuN, he's one of those players that is very inexperienced in StarCraft Evolution. Does have a lot of friends that do play and compete in StarCraft Evolution. I'm thinking of the STC, for example, like the STC. That's kind of the main one that I'm thinking of. And to be fair, I believe that ByuN has casted StarCraft Evolution tournaments in the past as well. I know he's been casting quite a lot as of late. So CC first into what looks to be a 3-rack stim timing. Okay. So a bit of an economic variation of this, but Creator, he'll get a full scout. And again, Creator, he's very well versed when it comes to these builds, when it comes to these timings. Creator, we'll see if he responds with a Robo. As we mentioned, 3 racks. This is going to be followed up by the Armory, by the Academy into Stim, into Mass Marine Medic. And this does hit very, very hard. The reasoning for this, we mention this all the time, but the strength of the 3 racks is very different between Brood War and SC2, because you actually have access to medics, whereas in SC2 you would not. So you can Stim more freely. But we'll see if Creator goes for a Robo response. We have seen a couple different ways to deal with this. You can go into early charge, you can go into fast Robo, into fast Bane, into fast Colossus production. Especially against the CC first, I feel like Creator should be feeling confident about that. We'll see. The other option is just going for a 4-gate blink. And the tech of choice is Twilight Council. Okay. So Twilight Council opener, we can go one of 2 ways, into charge or into blink stalkers. We should be seeing a heavier gateway count though, just to survive the timing. So we're expecting at least 3 gateways, maybe 4 gates. Proper lighting. True, it isn't just like scorching our eyes. There have been games, Avex, especially when watching some of the other streamers. Like I think it was Trigger. I think we were watching Trigger. We raided into Trigger, then Trigger loaded into Blackrock on the ladder, and then bam! It was like we got like a flashbang on screen. It was, it's crazy. I think Trigger, he commented on it, like he was like he had to look away. It was, oh god, it was blinding. But yes. Lighting is looking better. But you see it a lot on player streams because they play on the lower settings, right? They play on the lower settings, so there's no light filter on. As here comes our sim timing. We have our 2 medics. We have how many Marines? 15 Marines. ByuN does move out. Creator, did he go 2-gate? He went 2-gate blink into a 3rd. He's crazy. 3rd gateway is on the way, but Creator, he was very greedy here, losing 1 Stalker already, losing 1, losing 2. Heavy losses for Creator, and does this just snowball out of control? Yeah, ByuN, he does smell blood in the water. Spots a 3rd. Making use of the tall grass. Going for the expansion, and can he force to cancel? He should be able to. He should, and he will. Yeah, massive pig off again, Creator. So we were a little bit lost talking about the lighting of the map, but I just assumed that he was going to go 3-gate, but he was so greedy here, despite seeing the build. And Creator, so greedy. Creator, he will defend, he will survive on 2 bases, but these have been some rough losses. And Blink is now done, pulls away to the battery. ByuN, he has to pull away. Hiding in the tall grass, let's go. Oh. Making use of that vision. Once again pulling away. Oh! Once again trying to catch him out. Remember, there is a mischance. There is a mischance in StarCraft Evolution. So there's a chance to miss. There's a chance to miss shooting into tall grass. As ByuN, he will lose the army. Pulls back to his natural. Now we can build up. From here, ByuN's in a very strong position. Creator, he might have cleaned up some of those Marines. That is true, but the 3rd base is so delayed for Creator. Considering this was supposed to be a greedier economic build, ByuN looking good. And behind this, double starport. What is with this mass double starport meta here? Like, what do we... I mean, I know the Wraith has been changed and buffed quite a bit during, like, the off-season. But was this also like prevalent during the SEL like ladder invitational? Because this is, to me at least, this is relatively new, seeing like as many races we have in today's broadcast. As much mass Wraith even. As the Marines, they rotate over, going for a backstab. Colossus production has begun. There will be 1 Colossus to defend. Creator should be fine back at home. Should be able to hold his own. Assuming the Colossus stays at the natural. Yeah, ByuN, he's checking with the 3rd base. Did gamble a little bit and did gamble incorrectly as he does not get into the 3rd base mineral line. He didn't know where the expansion had been taken. Now moving up with his Wraiths. There is no side defense in the mineral line itself. As Creator, he fails to catch a tank. Wraiths are moving in. Wraiths are moving into the bases. ByuN, he commits with his entire army. He's pushing. Race into the main. Cloak is activated. And probes are going down. Yeah, probes are going down. At the same time, we do have Colossus to defend. I believe Creator, he should defend his 3rd at least. Rotate back around. They rotate back. Ooh, Marines, they get caught out. The Colossus, they pop off. Yeah, the Colossus. One of them goes down to the Racer. True. They get the two. They get both Colossus. Oh my god, the Racer crazy. They're insane, Pappy. The harass, they shut down the Colossi. The ground army did struggle though. There was a lot of Marines going down before the race came into play. Some heavy losses there for ByuN. Oof. ByuN has to pull away, losing that final tank, and without tanks, there's no defense here. And one tank on the high ground. There is an opening here that Creator can abuse, but for now he's playing it safe. And he pulls back, plays it safe. ByuN, he plummeted in supply. And thankfully, Creator doesn't back off. He rotates. He rotates over, hits the mineral line, SCVs will go down. ByuN diving with the observers. Oh my god. He's an animal. Dives on the observers, but he's down to one Wraith. Going into mech? A mech transition from here? Oh. Yeah, 2 more factories, ion thrusters. And ByuN, it feels like he's too far behind to transition like this. Yeah, too far. Army dives in, takes down the mineral line. SCV's going down. Very efficient trade tip for Creator. Cash got 11 SCVs. 11 workers. And now we just keep rallying. We just keep rallying. At this point, Creator, he has a 4th base, now getting a 5th as well. Full map control for Creator. He's all built up. ByuN, he has potential here with these spider mines where Creator is taking into Sky Toss now. Oof. Yeah, Stargate that can lead into the Fleet Beacon, into the Mothership. It's looking a little bit shaky. Oh, it is looking shaky for ByuN. Again, there was a little potential when it came to the Wraiths, but for ByuN to push out and to get caught on siege, like that was a brutal moment. It's brutal. ByuN here attempts to harass, distracting Creator. So let's get a couple of road kills. Oof. A couple of workers go down. We're still waiting to see Creator commit into one of these bases. So far, it's still just hanging back. And ByuN, he is securing this position for sure. That's a lot of spider mines. The tank line, the spider mines. It's not going to be easy to move into. And there's that Sky Toss. Triple Stargate production, Fleet Beacon. From here, we can go into Tempest, go into Carrier. It's going to be Tempest production. Creator just getting further ahead. I would say at this point, though, Creator, he wants to start trading soon. As ByuN is slowly catching up. Slowly. There's a scan. Ooh, what did he see? Scan does see the Stargate. Okay, he knows. He's aware of the Stargate. So I'll take poke in. 4th base is now being taken. Oh god, the friendly fire! ByuN, calm down. Yeah, tanks that kill more CVs than the Zealots. Yeah. And it looks like Creator. Well, it looks like we're just gonna wait until Creator has his Sky Toss. He is harassing somewhat, dropping into the main, pushing towards the 4th, but there's no like big commitment here from Creator. Just poking. Just poking. Picking up whatever he can.
taking more expansions. Reality is that ByuN can't really threaten Creator. He's just stuck turtling back at home. And to be fair, like again, ByuN, he's slowly catching up in army supply and he's building on more tanks. And so we have some Valkyries on the way, some Goliaths as well. The issue though is that it isn't just that Creator is maxing, it's that Creator is also building up a bank to be able to remax after the fight as well. As vultures they move out to harass. Yeah, we'd be harassing. Tempests have arrived, a couple of carriers in the mix as well. Again, it's still gonna take I can see World War gonna be here for like another like 5 minutes, just like refining our army. Where it will take some time for Creator to actually build up his Sky Toss. ByuN, he does move out there. Okay, let's go. Does start to push. Gets spotted by the Observer. You can see Creator respond. Let's respond. We'll catch 3 free tanks. They get 1 volley off. Just the 1. Temps are exposed. As they barely do pull away. ByuN moving in. Shows EP. Oh, nice EP. Catching out the High Templar at the same time. Marines, we're just going to be sending them across the map. Just freeing up supply. The cannons, they hold their own. Yo, shout out to the tall grass though. Free damage. And can ByuN make it back home? Can he make it back? Valkyries, they catch out the carrier. 1 carrier goes down. Temps are exposed. Massive pickups as the Sky Toss army is going to crumble. The Valkyries. Yeah, the Valkyries, they pop up. What about the ground army, though? It does hold its own as well. Yeah, better fight for ByuN. Again, just a really awkward angle for Creator, losing all of his Sky Toss immediately. ByuN, keep going. Keep going. We got to keep pushing. Like, we cannot let Creator remax. We got to keep pushing. Again, shout out to the MVP Valkyries. Ooh, but here comes the Gateway Remax. Yeah, the Gateway army comes in, cleans up all the Goliaths. Ay, ay, ay. Marines have nice on mining. And that's all that ByuN had. You can see ByuN just plummeted in supply. It was a good fight, don't get me wrong, but ByuN, he had to end the game with that push. Failed to do so. Failed to get across the map. He won 1 fight. He killed a base. But that's all that ByuN had. And here comes a counterattack. Getting through the minefields, getting top of the tanks. 1, 2 tanks going down, denies mining at the 3rd. A little bit messy here from Creator. A little bit messy, but does kill the CC. These Marines are still finding more damage, by the way. That's crazy. They've been here for quite some time. They killed, was it 2 batteries, 2 tanks, 2 pylons, the mineral line, and the base? Yo. Crazy, pappy. And they get away. They get away. That's Creator. He has Remax. He's Remax. He's rebuilt. And ByuN, he has to do the same thing again in the form of turtling up on 4 bases, remaxing, and then going for 1 big push. That's the one chance that ByuN has. It's to run it back, have another chance. Creator shouldn't give him that chance, but we'll see. This mining is denied. Nothing to defend back at home. Creator, he's maxed out, this time with a heavier carrier count. How many Valkyries? 2. Only 2 Valkyries. A little more Goliath heavy instead. A little more Goliaths. Again, the issue with Goliaths is that they're stuck. Obviously, they're stuck on the ground. So depending on the ground terrain and all these tanks as well, like that can mess up when it comes to when it comes to Goliaths trying to engage. Can mess with our pathing. God, these run bys. Like yeah, some very messy defense here out of Creator, as he's been wanting to be more active and aggressive, and as a result, he just doesn't really leave anything back at home. Has been struggling to claim a 6th base. Sorry, a 7th base. It's been struggling. Okay, ByuN has remaxed. He was able to run it back, if you recall. It was just on ByuN to turtle up and then to recover from that 70 supply deficit, and he did so. Like he, again, the Creator was very passive. ByuN now moving in. Oof. Catching out the prism. Creator's gonna be careful. Show us those EMPs. And the vessels they move in. Do we feedback? Do we storm? As this army is terrifying for ByuN. It is looking terrifying. This is once again where I would say that the carry count is too high. Tempest are typically just superior. They're much more efficient. They're slower, but I mean, Creator by no means was like rushing for a fight earlier. There was time. As you can see, ByuN, he wants to engage. Does abandon a couple of tanks. Uh-oh. ByuN about to be surrounded. Creator, he's setting up. He's setting with the surround. EMP goes off of the mothership. ByuN has to be so careful. As he tries to rotate. Tanks are unsieged. Now we commit. Okay, now we're trying to commit in. Gee, that's a lot of Valkyrie shots. Yeah, Valkyrie shots going off. Goliaths are moving forward. The ground army just gets annihilated by the tanks. Yeah, no ground army. Goliaths, they give chase, and Creator's in trouble. Creator, he's in trouble. Oh, catching out one more carrier. Catching out 2. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 carriers being chased down. Massive pickoffs. Oh, does miss a shot. Does miss a shot towards the end, but there we go. Carrier does fall. Yeah, ByuN dominating that fight. And Creator had such a massive lead throughout the majority of this game. But again, like Creator, he was lacking that urgency. Like despite having the better economy and even winning some fights, like he had no urgency to push in. The DTs though, they're getting free damage. Where's the scan? The scan! Where is it? Oh my god, the scan was late. A lot of tanks went down to those Dark Templar. And the Tempest, they're doing it. They clean everything up. Not enough anti-air. And the mass Tempest. It's working. Yeah, the Tempests are breaking through. Okay, we mentioned earlier that I was very unconvinced by the carrier switch from Creator, but now we've reached our Tempest. They of course have more range. Extra massive damage, just more efficient units. And ByuN, he needs time to build up more Valkyries. We need more units in the sky. It's too late, Becky. It's too late. Again, a very intense game here, but Creator, he breaks through the siege line. Picking up some more Goliaths. So let's respect those Valkyries, though. Let's respect them. But we are pulling back completely here at Creator. I feel like he can just keep trading. Like, we can keep pushing in. We have the Stalkers to protect. So again, Creator pulls away. Races back home. Let's go. We're on long distance mining. Desperate for money. But this I would say this is now the third time that this has happened, where Creator, he has some momentum, he has the stronger force, he has potential to press that advantage, but he doesn't. He backs off, he retreats. And as a result, this is giving ByuN the opportunity to recover and to build up a comparable army. To build up more Goliaths and more Valkyrie over time. Whereas Creator's army isn't really getting much bigger. It was already there. Shrine is breaking out. Creator trying to come in from behind. Oh, catching out the Tempest. It does catch a Tempest. Again, Creator's army is fragmented. These Tempests, they're being chased down. Again, the Tempests are on their own. Again, the army's on its own. We're catching out all the Stalkers. Creator trying to come in from behind. We're getting messy. Yeah, we're getting messy here. It looks like those two Tempests will fall. Just catching one. Just catching the one. And who catches who? ByuN. Yeah, ByuN, he gets surrounded. Massive storm with the Valkyries. Oh my god, again, a very messy engagement in the center, but ByuN, he'll lose everything. GG gets called, and Creator, he ties up the series. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. GG well played. A very, I would say, uncomfortable game. Like, it was it was like I just wanted more urgency out of Creator. Creator, he was like winning these fights, gaining map control, and then would just back off. He just kept backing off. He just kept giving these opportunities, these chances for ByuN to recover, and he was able to build up the army multiple times, fight back, and make that a little more tense, a lot more intense than it otherwise needed to be. GG well played. In the end, Creator, he does break through, and with that, we've made it to the ace match. We've made it to the ace match here. Let's go. Let's catch up on the matches themselves. So as you can see here, we've had a back and forth. Initially, Percival took down ByuN in the first game. We had Maru fight back with Mass Wraith. We had Zaun also likewise shut down SOS with DTs. And then we had Creator get into his own Skytos army, gain map control, shut down the aggression of ByuN early on, and snowball from there into that more maxed out composition. That we saw that ByuN was able to fight back with his mech, but it was still a very, very messy game. And now we have the ace match. It's up to our players to pick and choose who to field. First things first, the coin flip. So a coin is flipped to determine which team is going to be SE2 and which team is Brood War. So we flip that coin, and who's up next? Now, I would imagine, who do we lean towards here? So I think there's a high chance that onside field Maru. I do think that he's going to be at a bit of a disadvantage with Brood War, but I feel like Maru does make sense. From the It's Not Crank's Fault team, I think Creator might be the go-to here. Like I said before, it also depends on whether they're playing Brood War or not. What's it going to be? Ah, there it is. It is going to be a TVP. It is indeed going to be Maru versus Creator. Let's go. Let us go. And it looks like it's going to be Maru playing Brood War. Ooh, okay. Okay. So on paper, in regular SE2, I would favor Maru 100%. In StarCraft Evolution, with Maru being forced to play Brood War Terran, I'm not too certain. We'll see. It's a little more up in the air. A little more up in the air. Let's go. Little do people know, Blackrock was secretly made to be a StarCraft Evolution map with all the land sidewalkers. True, true. Ah. Now we know, Pappy, now we know. As here we go, we're getting into the ace match, the final game of the series, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of match point, we have the South Korean. The South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss, the SE2 Protoss representing. If we lose, it's Crank's fault. It is Creator. Is it going to be Crank's fault this week? As spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Brood War Terran player representing on side. It is Maru. Let's go. Let us go, as we are going to be opening up. Going to be settling in, and welcome on to Match Point. Match Point is a very aggressive map, I want to say. Short rush distance by ground, that is true, but because of the points of elevation and because of how we expand, we often do see a lot of mid-game on Match Point. We see a lot of mid-game. So I'm curious if we can embrace that here and now as well, as we have Creator being in a bit of an annoyance, and we'll delay the CC. Delays by a couple of seconds. Likewise, again, Creator is playing SE2, Maru's playing Brood War, and we'll see what Maru brings to the table. We have been seeing a lot of double Starport Mass Wraith play in every single matchup, so we'll see if that trend continues here as well on Match Point. We'll see. As it is going to be CC first into 3 racks. Okay, if you remember, this was the same build that ByuN went for in his game against Creator. True, same build. Same build. I will say that ByuN did find quite a bit of damage here. If you remember, Creator, so it happened so long ago, it was such a long game, but initially ByuN had the better start. Remember, ByuN, he had the better start. He was able to force a cancel on the third base, catch a bunch of Stalkers. Then we had the Wraith follow-up, and ByuN was doing a lot of damage. The moment that everything went south was that ByuN, he pushed with his ground army, and he got caught by Colossus. If you remember, he got caught by the Colossus. That was the moment where ByuN lost map control. That was the moment where Creator took a lead and never let go. So it looks like Maru might go for the same build. It's possible that both Maru and ByuN were taught the same build for this matchup. Because they're very inexperienced, there's a very high chance that they each have like one build, like against Terran, Protoss, and Zerg, like one for each matchup sort of thing. Especially in week 1. Coming into week 2 and onwards, that's where we can start to branch out a little bit more. For now though, we're going for that 15 Marine stim timing with medics. And Creator, he did scout, he did confirm, and we should be seeing some safer play by Creator. Remember last game he went 2-gate blink, this time we're expecting a 3rd gateway. So far 2 gates, oh, no Twilight Council, my apologies, no blink whatsoever. It's going to be a robo defense instead. And this should be a little bit stronger. What I mean by that is that with the robo defense, you have the safety immortal production, but you also have a faster Colossus to defend and to counterattack. You do get into 1 and 2 Colossus very quickly. So there's going to be a big power spike with those Colossi. Coming into the mid game. First things first, can Creator minimize losses against the initial stim timing? Scans the natural, doesn't see much. Robo's done. There's the bay, as we mentioned. Again, we're rushing Colossus. Maru's going to hit first. Oh, and again, the rush distance by ground is shorter on this map, so this is going to be hitting a little bit harder and faster than normal. There's that one battery. Second pylon. Warp gate's still on the way. Creator doesn't really have much to defend, and he's getting caught out of position. Oh, okay, pulls back. He does pull back. Who catches who? Does spot the army. There's him. There's the first him. Yeah, there's that first him. Does cut back to the battery. Boys being pulled. A bit of desperation here by Creator. Losing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, it's getting out of hand. 7 probes. 7 probes going down. Ay. Yeah, some critical economic damage here, getting up to 10 workers. Ay. Maru, he's still not done, going into the main. And the Colossus will pop out, but that'll be after 12 probes go down. 13 probe kills. Crazy damage. Maru, he kills the mineral line, and Maru also gets a full scout as well. He sees the robo. He knows. I say he knows. He can piece it together. There's a world where, again, there could be a Twilight Council blink and just a Prism counterattack instead. But he saw the low gateways. Like, he saw only 2 gates. You can can see preparing for the War Prism. We're going for the Colossus drop. We're playing like it's 2022. Let's go. It's been a while since we've seen Colossus drops in the meta. This was more the case during the COVID era of StarCraft because robot openers were much more common due to the prevalence of 3-maxes. I recall seeing this quite a bit from players like Straya, for example, Neeb, some of the NA boys. Catching out a couple of SCVs, nothing major yet, but slowly getting value. Oh, and catching at the medic. More marine kills, a bit of hold damage on the Colossus, so we have to be careful. Oh, gotta be careful. Pulls back. Pulls back, pulls away. Creator claiming his third. And so far the Colossus is containing Maru, but no major damage yet. I'm still worried about the breakout. I'm still worried about the move out here from Maru. Dropping the Colossus. Oh, once again takes jumping on the tank, but once again does take a lot of hits, a lot of damage. Down to half HP. And here comes Maru. Here comes the main push. Siege mode has been researched. We have six tanks. Ay, ay, ay. Unlike Ryang, Maru did not go for the Wraith follow-up. To just double down on tanks. One tank is going to get caught. Nice pickoff. Never mind, tank does actually get away. Gets away, papi. Let's go back. At least this is delaying the push. Ooh, tank shot going off. Colossus drop coming in from behind. Where are we going? Jesus. Be careful. Colossus is striking around. I assumed that we were going to try to catch reinforcements, but Creator turned back around for us around. Tanks will siege. Yeah, tanks they siege up. They do siege in time. Reinforcements on the way. Jesus. Tank fully going off the Colossus. Gotta respect the tanks. Speaking of, yeah, Maru, he does bleed back the ground army, building up to 10 tanks. Maru does threaten the dive. And Creator, he commits. Yeah, he's going in, pushing into the tank line. One Colossus goes down. Massive pickoff, down to 2. Yeah, 2 Colossus left. Brutal target firing there. As Maru did focus on the Colossus. And Creator's in trouble. Yeah, he's in trouble. He's going to try to force friendly fire. Oh, 1, 2, 3 tanks going down, getting 4. But there's too much. There's just so many tanks here. Yeah, Maru, he maintains this position. We'll get caught unsieged. We'll lose 1. Yeah, 1 tank does fall. Yeah, massive tank shots, so another Colossus does crumble. We're down to 1. 1 Colossus left. And Maru's doing it. Maru's doing it. Shutting down the entire Gateway army. Does break through. Behind this is on 3 ECCs, getting a 4th base on location, getting further ahead. Even setting up spider mines as we are going for a mech transition. You can see here we have our mass factories. That's why he's built up so many tanks, more vultures. And switching into mech. Like a proper Brood War Terran, true. He be switching. Tanks are moving in. Yo, we have our overlords. Let's go. The overlords are fanning out. Oof. And Creator, he's at least been able to hold on to his 3-base economy, but I'm just concerned about the growth of Maru, especially once that 4th base gets up. Once the 4th gets up. This Creator, he's recovering, getting towards Mass Zealot composition against a minefield. Again, a much cleaner transitioning from Maru switching into mech. I would say this is cleaner than ByuN. ByuN, he kind of stumbled his way there, he was committing a little more harder into bio, if you recall. And then, of course, we had that Wraith transition. So this is much cleaner. So Maru's moving in, once again, has control of the high grounds. Catching out a couple of Stalkers. Pushing up this ramp though and into the base is still going to be difficult. It's moving in though. Again, this ramp is huge. It's massive. And Maru, he will get up the ramp. It does get on top. It does look quite difficult for creators to engage into this. He needs more Zealots. Warping in more Zealots and Stalkers. Maru claiming a 5th. And a lot of this will come down to the Spider Mines. Like how the Zealots engage, whether they get on top of the tanks or not. Marines, they pick forward. And Creator, he will soon pull the trigger. He's waiting for his moment. How many tanks? 16. Jesus. That's 16 tanks, Pappy. Yeah, and the longer this goes on, the more Spider Mines. Here we go. It's go time. He's going for the dive. Spider Mines, they will connect. Massive connections here on the Zealots. Defensive Matrix here on the tank. But the first tank line is going to go down. And it breaks through the first line. Trying to break through the second. Warping in behind the army. Okay. Gets us up with the tanks. And every tank is going to go down. Just barely. Yeah, just barely here. Breaks through the main army. Breaks through the siege line. Better fight here for Creator. He does break through. He's got to keep going. We got to keep going. It was a bit of a messy engage here, but Creator, he came in from behind. Got on top of the tanks. If you're looking at the supply here, a lot of the supply is in workers. Again, Maru, he's on 90 SCVs. So a lot of worker supply there. And Creator, he retains a Colossus at least. Oof. He retains a Colossi. But Creator has to do something about the economy. The issue here is that Creator, he wins a fight, but if given time, Maru, he will quickly remax. Or he has the bank. Creator, we've got to keep going. As opposed to the ByuN series where Creator had map control, had bases, and had the economy, here it's the opposite. Where Maru has map control, Maru has bases, Maru has the economy in the bank. And the reality is that Maru's bases have been left untouched. There's been no harass, no run-bys, no counterattacks, no harassment. Maru, he's almost remaxed at this point. Going tank vulture. Maru's moving in. And 91 SCVs. He's doing his best TY impression. True. Going full TY. Remember back in the day, TY, he was known for just having an excess amount of SCVs. And if you remember, he had an interview about it, about like, why do you always have like 90 plus workers? His rationale was that he expected to lose them, right? Like when it comes to like Ling counterattacks, Ling run-bys, Ling Bane harass. So it means if I lose workers to run-bys, like I'm still good. Oof. That's EMPs. Catching out the army. I mean, those were brutal EMPs. Once again, Maru's pushing through. We're back. We're back in this position. We've been here before. Now Maru does need a little bit more time to set up his minefield. He needs a little bit more time. Spider mines are on the way. We do have our immortal drop. Creator does collapse in. Yeah, he's breaking through the minefield, getting on top of the zealots, and the tanks are exposed. He's getting on top. The tanks. Oh my god. Yeah, Colossus Wipe's going off, but there aren't enough zealots. Yeah, this time not enough zealots is not enough here. GG gets called. Creator does not break through, and Maru, he will claim the series 3-2, winning the series for onside. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, a cleaner transition to mech here from Maru after the bio opener. If you remember, he killed 13 probes. 13 probes went down at the start of the game, so a very strong start from Maru. That's why Maru had the greater economy and he had map control for so long, is that Creator was playing catch up for quite some time. I will say that Creator initially had a better fight and a better engage. Like, he was able to clean up Maru, which was very impressive, but he needed to keep pushing towards some of the bases. Like, the big thing here was that Maru, he was on 5 bases, he was on 91 SCVs, and there was no harass. There was nothing to slow Maru down. So he just keep going, could just keep building up. GG. GG, well played with that. Congratulations here to Onside, as they do as it looks like this week it is Crank's fault. True. As Onside, they take down, if we lose, it's Crank's fault. And they did lose, so it is Crank's fault. Aye. GG, well played. Congratulations at Onside. Now remember, this is the round robin group stage, so there's still a lot of matches to cover, a lot of matches to go throughout the course of the next couple of weeks. With that, we have our second series wrapping up, and we have one series left here tonight. It is going to be a best of 5 between Shopify and It's Crank's Fault. So Crank's Fault versus Shopify. So once again, we're going to be running it back here for ByuN, Harstem, and Scarlett. They're going to be back, and Lambo as well. True. ByuN, Harstem, Scarlett, Lambo. They're going to be coming back here to face off against our ex-Jin Air team. So we'll see you soon. We'll see you soon after the break. We'll see you soon with the final series of the broadcast. GG. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to the final series of the broadcast. Welcome back here to the CranKy Season 4, Group A, Week Number 1. It's been an intense broadcast already here, covering two best of fives. We did have Shopify versus Downy Balls, and we had Onside versus If We Lose, It's Crank's Fault. Now we have the final series. It's going to be Shopify Rebellion versus Crank's Fault. Let's go, Bible, let's go. The final best of five of the broadcast. Again, this, for those that are just now tuning in, this is a team league. It is a team league style format or team league tournament featuring a bunch of teams brought together here in StarCraft Evolution. Now, once again, this is Pro League format. So what does that mean? That means that it is going to be it's going to be a best of five constructed by best of ones, and players, they announce their lineups ahead of time. So teams do have some time to practice, prepare, and get ready for their opponents. Let's go. Let us go. So let's have a look here at the lineups themselves. Bam! Let's go. We have our lineups. We have our best of five, and up first here we have Shopify. They fielded Scarlett. Scarlett's going to be going up against Rogue in a not ZVZ. Remember, Scarlett is playing Protoss as Brood War, so this is going to be a PVZ instead. True. So PvZ between Scarlett and Rogue, followed by a PvP between Hearthstone and Trap. True, Trap didn't get to play last time, but Trap is now being fielded instead of SOS. So Trap versus Hearthstone. Then have ByuN versus Creator. Creator's been playing against a lot of Terran. He played against Maru and against Ryung, now against ByuN. Then we have Lambo versus Percival in that fourth game. And then we have potentially the ace match. Potentially. We'll see if we get there. But now that we have our best of five, and up first we have Protoss versus Zerg, Scarlett versus Rogue. Let's go. Going to be loading into Washout. Let's go. We're dropping in. We are going to be dropping in and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Washouts. We have the Brood War Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Shopify. It is Scarlett. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have her opponents. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the blue Zerg, representing If We Lose, it is Crank's Fault. It is Rogue. It's all his fault. So here we go. We're getting to our best of five. Coming into this, of course, we have Rogue playing SC2 Zerg. We have Scarlett playing Brood War Protoss. And the last time we saw Scarlett, she had a very interesting kind of style against Zerg. It was also a PvZ, where Scarlett did go Nexus Forge into Fast +1, into a second Forge, into Fast 1/1 upgrades, into a heavy gateway style. It was very odd. It was very unique. Didn't quite work out. In the end, Scarlett got outscaled against Fusion Machine coming into the mid game. We'll see if the same happens here, or we'll see what kind of build Scarlett brings to the table this time. Whether it's more of the same or something different. Gateway. Okay. So going for the Nexus first into Gate. So far so good. Meanwhile, Hatch Gas Pool out of Rogue. Standard Opener out of our Zerg player. Standard Opener. Beautiful. And again, we'll see how our players build up. I think for the most part, we're looking at Scarlett. Rogue, we're just expecting Hatch Gas Pool into a third base, droning, saturating, and getting to our tech of choice. Whether it's Ling, Bane, Hydra, or Roach Ravager, or Roach Hydra, still yet to be determined. Really, it's on Scarlett to determine whether we go into, say, a Robo follow-up into Reaver play, whether we go into Master Dragoon, whether we go into Zealot Legs, whether we go into a Stargate follow-up into, like, attempted Sky Toss. We'll see. We shall see. As it's usually the Zerg player reacting to what the Protoss brings to the table. Once again, their early Forge. Now, I believe this is not as fast as last time. This is not as fast as what Scarlett did against Fusion Machine. But Fast Forge, we're leading it once again into +1, into a Citadel, of a Dune, into Zealot Legs, into a second Forge. If that's the case, then... Oh, no! Stargate!
But I believe Scarlett also went Scarlet last time. Sorry, also went Stargate as well last time. This should be Stargate just for a singular scout or a singular Corsair, just to hunt down Overlords. So we'll see if Scarlett does go for that second forge. And we'll see. As we have Rogue coming in from behind. Going for the scout. Yep, there's the Citadel into Zell Eggs. So this time Scarlett is not going double forge, but is still going for the same overall composition. And this goes in line into what we were about to get into here, but we spoke earlier about Maru and ByuN, about their style in their games and how it looked a little bit samey, most likely because they're inexperienced. Same here as well, where there's a high chance that Scarlett has like maybe 1 or 2 builds per matchup. And we're going to be seeing those like permutations like throughout the course of the first week at least. I would assume that from players like Scarlett, Hearthstone, Maru, ByuN, Zaun. So we're seeing something very similar to what we saw previously against GG Machine. Not the same build, but similar. So Rogue is claiming his third. Going for Roaches, Rogue does see all the Zealots, and of course confirms the upgrade on the way. Scouts are hunting down Overlords. And this is going to be a safer Roach defense. If you remember, I was concerned about GG Machine because he was being greedy, going for a Ling Hydra defense instead, and he up quite quickly into around 55. Here we can see Rogue is being safer. He's being much, much safer by playing Roaches. One upgrades on the way, additional gateways, into the Temple Archives, into Storm. So, Speedlots, Storm, Archons, that's kind of the direction that Scarlett's going in. Roach Ravager should be perfectly fine against this. Let's break forward. Nice harass. Getting 1, getting 2. 3. Okay. Yeah, 3 drones going down. Nicely done. As long as the scouts escape, and they will. At the same time, Rogue does counterattack and will attempt to collapse on these Zealots. Yeah, a little bit messy here. Zealots, they hold their own. Lings are shut down. And so far, Scarlett's building up well. Meanwhile, we just see Rogue behind this going to his own Hydra Den. So Roach Hydra out of Rogue. Into the mid game. To get into the mid game. Likewise, is that Robo. We can start working towards either Shuttle Harass or even Reavers, potentially. But for the most part, again, Rogue is being left to his own devices. Rogue can now start to get up to 72 workers, saturate the 4th base. I will say this 4th base is late. It's a bit of a later 4th. So that is going to be slowing down Rogue a little bit further. Rogue, I'm sure, just wasn't aware if there was going to be an all-in or not. As Scarlett did actually go DTs. Oh, true, there's no Dark Shrine. Like, yeah, there's no Dark Shrine. They do get into the mineral lines. Drone's going to be going down. Nice damage. Catching out 2 workers so far. Overseer does respond. Distracting Scarlett. Or distracting Rogue. Does distract. So Rogue pulling back. Still building up his Roach Hydra. I'm still concerned about the growth of Rogue. Rogue's drone count is still relatively low. Still quite low. But there's nothing really stopping Rogue from droning up to 80. You can see Scarlett being very defensive here, throwing down a wall of cannons. Cannons, pylons. No batteries yet. Rogue is pushing. Droning up to 72. That's 3.5 base saturation. And And it is go time. Rogue is committing, but at the same time, we do see a lurker down on the way, so Rogue is thinking a little bit further ahead. Yeah, he's a little bit indecisive here. He made a massive wave of roaches, and now behind this, now he starts droning up to 80. So a little bit messy here. Getting messy. I forgot about this. Down the cooling towers. No! Scouters go down. Getting trapped. And Rogue is maxed. Rogue is maxed out, and with this, Rogue can start to push in towards the bases. Storm will help for sure, and there's a lot of stack defense at the third base, but I can't say the same about the fourth. Show us our Storms. As that's a lot of High Templar. Storm's coming in, catching at the roaches. The others are coming from behind. They just snipe one High Templar. He gets one, he gets two. 1, 2, 3 Templar going down. Scarlett running out of Storms. There's still 3 left there. There's still 3 Storms. There's 1. We got 2 left. There's 2. We got 1 remaining. And you see Rogue running out of roaches, running out of buffer. Scarlett does hold. And Scarlett's holding on. And every Storm did count. And now it's time to run it back. Rogue is going to be building back up. This time, did actually try to reinforce with roaches. That's 22 roaches here for Rogue. That will be hurting Rogue. Behind this, we have the Hive on the way. That'll be for the lurker upgrades. And we'll see where Scarlett takes them from here. Now, from this position, I would have assumed Stargate, Fleet Beacon, Carrier. That would have been my assumption. But we see Scarlett doubling down, going for the Bay and going for Reaver production. It's going to be difficult to play ground toss against mass lurker. And lurkers are amassing. Typically, lurkers, they force out sky toss. So it feels like Scarlett is one step behind. Like this could have been a Fleet Beacon and a second Stargate. But instead it's going to be the Bay. So at this point, I'm concerned for Scarlett. Just due to the army that we're going to be working with. Yeah, lurkers, they take over the high grounds. Reaver production has begun. Now, to be fair, Storm is better here for Brutal Protoss against Lurker. Like, Storm is a little more punishing. Just because of the burst damage that it deals. But that's where Adaptive Talents comes into play. Second River, yeah, we're doubling down. Second River, double Reaver production. Double Reaver production. Okay. I'm not convinced, but we'll see. We'll see if we can make this work. Can Scarlet piece it all together? Lurkers are moving in. Nice spread. One lurker gets caught. Ooh, had Templar exposed. Losing one. That's a lot of damage on the Templar. One Templar goes down. Again, this is a very fragile army here against all these lurkers. Lurkers are pushing further in. Reaver is revealed. Nidus into the natural. Main army rotates. And Scarlet doesn't really pay much mind. Pushing into the cannons. Nothing in the Nidus Worm, just a distraction. And Scarlet's out of position. Yeah, Scarlet's out of position. Ooh, massive lurker shots going. Oh my god, the Dragoons gonna get punished. Yeah, a lot of Dragoons do go down. At the same time, Nidus into the main base. Fourth base falls. And Scarlet's being torn apart. Just being torn apart here. Cannot keep up with these rotations. Nidus Worm will finish. Shouldn't get much done though. Yeah. Doesn't get much done. Scarlett is still struggling here. Yeah, the Lunkers, they dominate. The Lunkers back. Oof. The Observer gets sniped. Reaver as well. One scrap shot does connect. But the splits out of Rogue. Ay, ay, ay. And again, we still just bully the army. The spine shots from the Lurkers. And they bully the army. Fourth base is 9 once again. And Scarlett just cannot keep up. As I mentioned, like, I wasn't convinced by Scarlett taking in and transitioning into a robo composition, still sticking to ground toss. It was a bold move, but this is where Lurkers excel against purely ground-based armies. This is where Lurkers are at their best. Scarlett's trying to come in from behind, running into more Lurkers. The Lunkers are everywhere. Nice storms. Storms that do punish some of the Lurkers at least, but there's still more that came from. There's still a lot more. As the aggression continues. Oof. Nice storm with the Lurkers. Scrap shots as well. Gets one. He gets one more Lurker, but at this point we're just rallying across. Even without Lurkers, just massing Hydra. There's one storm left. That was the final storm. Final scout shot as well. And with that, Rogue, he'll kick things up with a lead for his team as GG gets called and Rogue puts a point on the board for its Crank's fault. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Rogue does take a lead here again. Scarlett didn't have a bad start, kind of getting into the opener and building up into the mid game, but again, the late game transition there, I feel like left much to be desired. Instead we just doubled down and committed into robo production, into ground army, and again, the Lurkers, that's where they excel. That's where we had a big power spike there for Rogue going to mass Lurker, just bullying the ground army. And alas, we did not take to the skies. No sky toss involved. No Skytoss involved. GG, well played. With that, Rogue does take a lead, and now we're going to be loading into game number 2. Going to be loading into match point for game 2. Not ideal. Ideally, we want it later in the series, but sure. Here we go. Up next, Shopify. They'll be fielding Hearthstone. Meanwhile, we do have a Trap stepping into the ring for the first time tonight. Vamonos. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of match point, we have the South Korean, we have the red Protoss player, the SC2 Protoss from the land of the Netherlands, representing Shopify. It is Hearthstone. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player, the South Korean Protoss, representing if we lose, it is Crank's fault. The Brood War Protoss player, it is a Trap. Let's go. Let us go. As we are settling into our game, as we are settling into our series. Again, so far we have one advantage, but still best of 5. Still best of 5, still plenty of games to recover and to bounce back on. Let's go. We can bounce back, we can recover. We can bring it back. Again, welcome to our PvP. Now, when it comes to PvP, we mentioned this earlier, it's a mirror matchup in name only. It's very common to go into Dragoon Reaver from Protoss, from Brutal Protoss side of things. We already saw that previously in the previous series between Zan and SOS. So we're expecting, we're leaning towards like Dragoon Reaver play from Trap. But once again, Trap, he has been away for a long time, he's been retired for a long time. I don't really know how much experience Trap has with StarCraft Evolution. And Hearthstone going for the proxy, going for the one base all in. Let's go. I mean, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Technically, this could just be a proxy Stargate, but I feel like if it was Stargate, it'd be closer to the main. So I'm leaning towards proxy Robo, but we'll see. Again, proxy Robo is still quite strong in this matchup. Cybercross done. What's it going to be? Robo, yep. Proxy Robo, one base all in by Hearthstone. He's going for the all-in, and Trap currently is unaware. Trap, he does come with the probe scouts, and he should confirm that the pylon is missing. Yeah, only one pylon. Something is wrong. Something is amiss. We can see Trap is scouting bottom side, looking for proxies, and he will also scout the top side as well. And you can see that he's hugging the edge of the map, so there's a high chance that he will not see this. Yeah, probe does walk past and fails to scout. Does fail to scout. Likewise, bottom side, we're also looking for the proxy as well. We can see the Trap, he's going for extra gateways at least, and he is going into Dragoon range. But it's still going to be a very shaky defense. So we go third gate is now on the way. Can Hearthstone bring it back for his team? Can we bring it back? Ooh, as it upsets shade into the main. Probe's going to be going down. Getting 1, 2, 3 probe kills. Ay, ay, ay. It's getting out of hand here. 3, 4, 5 probes going down. And this is merely only phase 1. This is only the beginning. More depths are coming. Immortal production underway. Prism is out. And Hearthstone rotating over towards the main base with that War Prism. And so far the aggression continues. Still want to depth outside of the natural. Chopping into the main base. Again, Trap's out of position, so more probes are going to be going down. Getting more damage. 2 more probes. 2, 3, 4, 5? Uh-oh. Yeah, 5 more probes falling. Getting up to 6. Oof. And now the Immortal has arrived. And now we just fight head on. Yeah, drops the Immortal. Catching out one of the Dragoons. Massive pickoff. Down to 5. Down to 5 Dragoons. Oh, Depth has to pull away. Uh-oh. Does pull back. Dragoon's ace is on the Prism. That's still going to be 1 more Dragoon falling. Getting 1, getting 2, getting 3. Oh, do we save it? Oh my god. Just barely. Whew. Yeah, clutch save by Hearthstone. Saves the Immortal. Saves the Prism. Pulls away. Now it's time to push. Now the harassment is over. Now here comes the all-in. Hearthstone does expand behind this technically, but with this army, he should have enough. Oh, a little bit premature. Yeah, a little bit too excited there. Hearthstone's gonna be careful. Ooh, locks down three Dragoons. Yeah, massive force fields. 3 Dragoons go down. Locks in the army. There are still a couple of force fields left. Now up to 3 Immortals. And Hearthstone does get up the ramp. Oh. Locks down 1 more Dragoon. Gets 1 more. Pulls back, still making use of those shields. I'd say making use of those force fields. Catching out a 2nd Dragoon. Does bleed out some sentries though. But the Immortals, they just bully through. Yeah, they just overwhelm. Boys are being pulled. Nice force fields. Locks down those probes. Locks them down. And with that, the Immortal aggression continues. Boys are moving in. This time there's no force field. 1 Immortal falls. And 2 Immortals left. But breaks through the mineral line. Every worker goes down. Now we have a 3rd Immortal. Crazy pack. And Trap cannot defend. Cannot defend against this. Again, the all-in just snowballs out of control. Breaks through the natural base. Trap trying to micro his heart out. The Immortals are getting low. He's going for the Prism. The Prism will fall just barely. Yeah, it takes down the War Prism, but will cost him the entire army and the economy as well. And remember, Hearthstone has a base. Hearthstone has a natural. GG gets called, and Hearthstone fights back for Shopify. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Hearthstone, he does fight back, does put a point on the board. We have a back and forth here as we're tied up 1-1. GG, well played. We are tied up.
Once again, winning it back, it just came down to the proxy, came down to Trap being unable to stop the Adept harass, and unable to confirm what kind of proxy, what kind of all-in it was going to be, and Harsum, through sheer control and micro, was able to just pull Trap apart. Was brutal. And now we're getting into our next game. It's going to be another Terran versus Protoss matchup. It is going to be ByuN versus Creator on Polopoid. Let's go. Let us go. We are letting in. Now, Creator has been playing a lot of TVPs here tonight. He played against Maru and against ByuN, and now it's time to play against ByuN as well. But we do see something a little bit different this time. For the first time in today's broadcast, Creator, I believe, is playing Brood War. Nah, never mind. He's still SC2. Never mind. As spawning in the right-hand corner of Polopoid, we have the Brood War Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran representing Shopify. It is a ByuN. And spawning in the bottom-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player. We have the SC2 Protoss representing. If we lose, it's Crank's fault. It is Creator. Let's go. Let us go. So, how new is this matchup? What are you referring to? TVP? Or do you mean the mod? If you're referring to the mod, players have been competing on this mod for like 2 years now? Are we coming up on 3 years? God. It's been a while. I would say comfortably 2 years, I guess. 2 years. That the mod has been active in the like international scene. The mod was around a lot longer than that, but it was mainly like for campaign, for like 1v1 purposes. Did hit the multiplayer scene like a bit longer ago. But here we go. Here we go. If you missed out, we have a lot of contents on StarCraft Evolution on our YouTube channel, as we've been covering it for 2 years. The only things that we've basically covered every tournament that has StarCraft Evolution except for the Chijik Murloc King events. Like there's some Murloc King events. There's like CIS tournaments as well, of course. But unironically, I think we have the most amount of StarCraft Evolution content out of any creator out there. For whatever reason, a lot of the other casters didn't really get into it. I think Steadfast has done a little bit of StarCraft Evolution. ByuN's done a little bit of StarCraft Evolution as well. But the others don't really engage too much. I think out of the YouTubers, it's mainly Euthermal. Like out of like Winter, Hearthstone, and Loco, it's mainly Euthermal that's embraced SE Evo. The others less so. But here we go. Here we go. From here, we're going to be opening up. We do see ByuN going for his own 3 racks. This is standard. This is standard. This has been the meta for, again, coming up on a couple of years now. But going into 3 rack Stim. So ByuN will engage. And Creator, he's aware of what's coming his way. Creator, he's now played against this build 3 times. This is the 3rd time it's happening tonight. As it's very meta in TVP. And Creator is going for a Twilight Council response. Now, if you remember, he went for an earlier Robo against Maru, and he was punished quite hard. He lost 13 probes at the start of the game against Maru. Here, a Twilight Council response with a heavier gateway count should be safer for Creator. Should be safer. Guys, cast a shit ton in general. I mean, that's also true. Like, we also cast more StarCraft than anyone else out there as well. Wardy ain't got nothing on the CranKy Ducklings. True, true. For the past like 3 years, like to be fair, like this year, I think Wardy might be equivalent, if not greater than us when it comes to content, just because we've been easing up on casting StarCraft a little bit. 2026 has been a lean year for us, and by that we mean we cast like, I don't know, maybe like 10 times a week instead of like 14. Still leaner for us though, still leaner. I'm calming down. For now though. For now, here comes that Stim timing. Stim is now done. ByuN is pushing. ByuN is moving out. And Creator will be able to engage ahead of time. Ideally wants to force the Stim and pick away the Marines. Oh, there's a first Stim. One Marine goes down.
Dies on the Stalker. One Stalker does get picked off before we get it within range of the battery. So nice pick off there by ByuN. Catching one Stalker. And behind this, going for the mech transition. Okay, double factory. Switching into tanks, then into vultures. And what's important is that ByuN doesn't throw away the army. He was able to gain map control, pick off some Stalkers, pull away. And has not committed. Has not overcommitted. Oh. He actually sips by the army. Can we cancel? Yeah, ByuN sims in. Does sim in. Oh. Punishing the Stalkers. Catching a second Stalker. Very nice. Another Stalker goes down. Blinkers don't get done. A third Stalker falls. Do we get 4? He does. 4 Stalkers do go down. Again, no economic damage, but still nice trades from ByuN. Still very nice trades as he gets another Stalker towards the end. That is 5. 5 Stalkers go down. Doesn't deny the third base, but still good trades. Good trades overall. As behind this, we have our third TC, and again, we do have the tanks amassing here for ByuN. Switching to tanks, and you can see into Spider Mine. So this confirms that this is going to be an eventual mech transition. I've said this before, but Maru had a really clean mech transition against Creator previously, and we're seeing something very similar here as well. But again, one of the reasons for this is because if you remember, ByuN did go into that Wraith follow-up. He went 3-rack stim into like double Starport Wraith. That's one of the reasons why ByuN's mid-game was a little bit more shaky. Here, we're not messing around with Wraiths. No Wraiths. Tank Vulture. Meanwhile, Creator back at home, he's securing his third base, building up into the bay, building up into Colossus production. We're getting into the mid-game. Scan, doesn't see, there we go. Double scan, does confirm the bay. It's so weird seeing double scan when you use the SE2, but remember, for Brood War, like the comsat station is not tied to a mule, so you can scan a little bit more freely. You're not losing, you're not getting punished for it. So you can scan more freely. Ion thrusters on the way, that is at Vulture speed. The Overlords are moving out to scout. The racks be floating. The eBay as well. Oh, the scouting. Oh. So he's intending to engage. Oh, catching out one tank. Yeah, one tank goes down. ByuN does slip out. Yeah, slips out across the map. Ideally, especially in a 4+1 map like Polypoid, Creator, he's trying to gain map control, trying to mass expand. Creator is still getting there. ByuN pushing and expanding towards his opponent. Towards Creator. And again, nice SimCity as well, walling off the ramp. Okay. I'm liking the setup here, but we'll see if ByuN can defend. He does siege up his tanks. Creator pushing in between the bases. Cleaning up the spider mines. And we have seen players struggle to defend. Oh no! Ooh, as ByuN does phase check. Yeah, he does phase check, losing a bunch of vultures. ByuN, calm down, baby, calm down. Running into the main army. Creator, he rotates over, coming in from behind. Vultures have to respond. Yeah, they try to rotate over. Zelsa getting into the tanks. And that's going to be 1, 2, 3 tanks going down. Massive pickoffs. And Creator, he breaks through. He breaks through the siege line. Again, this area here is just so open, so exposed. Vultures out of position. And with that, Creator's done it. Creator, he breaks on through. He snowballs out of control. GG gets called. And Creator takes the lead in the series for It's Crank's fault. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, ByuN, he was very nicely set up at the third base, but in between the bases on that low ground, it is a very difficult place to take a fight defensively. We've seen many a player, Protoss, Zerg, and Terran alike, struggle to defend in that position, and we saw that last, we saw a better angle of attack. Creator came in from behind, was able to flank the army, get on top of the tanks. GG. GG, well played. With that, Creator takes the lead, and can we close it out? Can we close it out here and now? Let's go. Up next, we're going to be loading into Sylphid. Who's up next for Shopify? Lambo, he's stepping up to the plate here for Shopify. Meanwhile, who is up for It's Crank's Fault? Percival. ZVT. It is going to be a ZVT here between Lambo and Percival. Let's go. When was this game played? Exclamation mark B in the chat. Let you know. Technically, I think it was like 9-ish hours ago at this point. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner here of Sylphid, we have the red Zerg player. We have the red Zerg player himself, the German Zerg, representing Shopify, playing SE2 Zerg. It is Lambo. And spawning in the top side, we have his opponents. We have the Brood War Terran player, with the Brood War Terran himself, representing If We Lose, It's Crank's Fault. It is Percival. Let's go. Let us go. As we are going to be getting into this. Interesting how pros like this mod. Kind of. Like, so for some greater context, if you're maybe a little bit unfamiliar with the StarCraft Evolution scene, StarCraft Evolution has its own core base of pro players that compete in it, and it's very heavily Korean-centric. So when I think of the best the best players in StarCraft Evolution, I think of Shin, I think of Solar, I think of Cure, I think of ByuN, I think of Classic, for example. Like it's very, very heavy on the Korean side of things. From the foreigners, there aren't really many foreigners that actually compete in StarCraft Evolution at a high level. It's mainly like Eastern European, mainly. So think of like Gigi Machine, or think of Zardians, Skillus, for example. These guys, like they dip their toes into StarCraft Evolution, but not really much else. So because that, someone like Lambo is less experienced. Like Lambo, he doesn't really have too much experience in StarCraft Evolution. Scarlett, Hearthstone, they have a lot less experience in this mod. Thinking of Lambo, thinking of Hearthstone, thinking of Scarlett. Likewise, Percival as well is also less experienced in StarCraft Evolution. I said this before, but for example, Team Liquid that are going to be competing in this event, I would say that specifically for SC Evo, Cure is the ace player, not Clem, for Team Liquid, because Clem is, of course, less well versed in StarCraft Evolution, whereas Cure is arguably the best Terran player in StarCraft Evolution right now. It's a different dynamic. Same with Basilisk. Like Basilisk are going to be competing in this event, and Cyril and Raynor have likewise even less experience than Lambo in SE Evo. Like Lambo, he's played in a couple of tournaments here and there, and he's done quite well for himself. Like Lambo, he has said that he's enjoyed SE Evo so far, but like Cyril and Raynor, I don't think they've touched SE Evo before. So it'll be interesting to see them compete, is what I'm getting at. It'll be interesting to see like how they adapt and how quickly they adapt to StarCraft Evolution. There's a few EU pros who like Evo but don't compete. I see a lot of talk about it, like Laser and Skillus. I mean, I would say Skillus, he's one of the more active. You say he doesn't compete. I would say this, he does compete. He doesn't play in the weeklies as much, but there's a reason why I named him earlier. Like Skillus, he's probably one of the more active European pros in StarCraft Evolution. Like I think it's Skillus, I think it's Spirit, even though Spirit's been less active as of late. Like Skillus, Spirit, Gigi Machine, Young Yakov, Zodiant, Rake as well. But it is interesting to hear that Alazer has been speaking about it. To be fair, I think Alazer, I think he played in the most recent... Did he play in the SEL Masters? I think he did. He played in the most recent SEL Masters event. But Alazer, he's one of the newer faces in StarCraft Evolution. Meanwhile, we're building up. Percival, he's going into mech. We're going initially 2 ranks, Marine, in towards Ion Thrusters, into our Vulture switch. So it looks like Percival wants to try to force a reaction. Like, this is very uncommitted. Talking about the game a little bit here. It's very uncommitted here by Percival. He pokes in. Doesn't find much damage. Wait, we're going into Ion, but we're also going into U23HLs. Okay. So I think this is a good example of what I said before. Percival, he's a lot less experienced, so he's a lot more exploratory, a lot more experimental with his play. And you have my attention. Okay. Let's go. We're investing our resources in a couple of different directions, which is typically less than ideal. Like, we're going Iron Thrusters for Vultures, we're going U23HLs, but we're also going Wraith as well. So we're going in a lot of different directions. Into Spider Mines. Oh, nice cancel. Nice now. Lambert, he will deny the expansion. Behind this, Lambert is going to Roaches, which will be ideal against mech. Or against this hybrid style of mech that we're seeing. So Roach Ravager out of Lambo. Backing off, building up, joining quite freely here. The economy has been left untouched. And Percival, he is struggling a little bit. And it looks like it is going to be a proper switch into factories. Okay. So 2 more factories, double armory as well. This is where I have to question, like, why do we invest into the upgrades here for the academy? Like, what? So it's a little bit inefficient from Percival. A little bit inefficient. But we are making that mech transition happen. Jesus, getting up to 5 factories. Building up our factory counts. Looks like a Brood War 111. There you go. I'm very unfamiliar with with Brood War builds. I would imagine though that you go into like a bit of a heavier bio count early on before going for the mech switch. Like this was like very light commitment into marine production. Despite like heavier upgrades. But from here, Lambert just building with his Roach Ravager. Evasion bits on the way for safety infestors. And Lambert, he might just outscale. Like again, the third base was just also so delayed for Percival. He's now switching into tank production. Investing into Goliath upgrades. Get all the upgrades, Pappy. All the upgrades. Oh. And it's going to be a tough hold here. It's going to be a tough hold for Percival. Jesus, as Lambert, he's getting that creep highway going. Just getting ready for his assault. How many tanks do we have? 3. Only 3 tanks to defend. Again, it's gonna be difficult. Vultures they engage ahead of time. Tanks are a little bit further back. Picking the miles. Yeah, Ravagers they move in. 1 tank goes down. Second tank is also exposed, and with that, Lambert just snowballs out of control. Again, just a very messy build here from Percival because we were taking in so many directions. Like it meant that the army was just lacking. It was just lacking in the end. Again, a very experimental play out of Percival, is what I will say. Very experimental. And with that, Lambert just was out of control. So was out of control, he breaks through the main army. GG gets called, and we are getting into the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Lambert, he will tie things up 2-2. Again, Percival, I feel like his inexperience showed a little bit here, and I appreciate that he was like trying out different things. He was like figuring things out, exploring things a little bit, but Lambert just shuts him down, builds up into 3 bases, builds up his Roach Ravager. GG. GG, well played. And with that, we're getting into the ace match. Okay, so getting into the ace match here, who's going to be fielded? Now, when I look at these 2 teams, we said it previously, so this is not the first ace match. Shopify, they went down to Stowny Bulls earlier, and ByuN came out as the ace player. In my mind, it's going to be either ByuN or Lambo. It's going to be one of the 2. In my mind, those are the two most experienced here. And remember, we have to flip a coin first. We flip a coin. Who's going to play Brood War? Who's going to play SE2? I'm going to lean towards ByuN. From the side of It's Crank's fault, Creator was the last ace player. Are we thinking Creator again? Do we want Creator to play another PVT? I'm gonna think ByuN Creator, but we'll see. We'll see here as... Oh, okay, never mind. Once again, okay, so we have picked our ace players. It is gonna be ByuN. ByuN, ace player for Shopify, makes sense. Like, he's like the obvious ace player for Shopify. He's gonna be coming out. Meanwhile, this time, not Creator. It is gonna be a TVZ. Rogue is coming out instead. And I have to imagine, so remember, they flip their coins first, and then they pick. And it makes sense to send out Rogue here because Rogue is playing, I believe, SC2 Zerg. Oh boy. Let's go. We're loading into Fighting Spirit. We've made it to the ace match. Let's go. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Fighting Spirits, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Brood War Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Blue Zerg, the SE2 Zerg representing If We Lose. Whose fault is it? It's Crank's fault. It is Rogue. If they win, it's not because of Crank. That's that needs to be made clear, baby. True. But here we go. We're getting into the final game of the series and the final game of the broadcast. Let's go. Now, welcome to Fighting Spirit. Fighting Spirit is a 4-player spawn map. We can spawn in top right, top left, bottom right, and bottom left as well. We randomly do spawn in cross spawns, diagonal spawn locations. Now, traditionally, this favors Zerg. This means there is more space in between the Terran and the Zerg player, so it is easier for the Zerg player to establish a third base, establish a fourth base, establish a fifth base as well. That's typically how this dynamic works, but there's a difference here. So specifically on Fighting Spirit, and if you noticed, the distance in between the natural and the linear third base and the triangular third base is very long. There's a lot of distance here. So because of this, the size of the map, and because of the distance between the bases, it means that against drop play, it can be quite difficult to defend. Now, I say drop play, this will be applicable to Brood War Zerg versus SE2 Terran. Remember, this is Brood War Terran. Drop play is less viable here. We still see drop ships made every now and then. Oh, okay. Yeah, same build. Sorry, for some reason I thought that this refinery was a Rax, and I was like 4 Raxes, not 3. So 3 Rax stim out of ByuN. Drop play is a little bit more niche for Brood War Terran, right? Drop ships, they're not as flexible as medevacs. They have no boosts, they have no healing potential. You still see some drop play a little bit every now and then, but it's not something that you see too often. Drone Scout does confirm ByuN's location, does confirm the 3 Rax. So we'll see if the size of the map does allow for ByuN to be active, because the issue here is that Brood War Terran is typically less mobile and less active. If we do eventually switch into mech and into mass like Vulture run-wise and Vulture play can maybe find damage here, we'll see how this dynamic kind of shapes up and how it shakes out. We'll see. Oh. Ah. Okay, all good, all good. I think este crank. Sorry, didn't know. But este crank. Buenos dias. Good morning. Annyeong haseyo, papi. Annyeong. Crank. Wait. Could you answer one question? Why is it your fault? Why is it your fault, papi? Oh no. Feels bad, man. For now, we're going to be settling in. Again, we have Stim on the way. We're building up a bio army, looking to move out. But big shout out to Crank. Big shout out. The organizer of the event. And of course, the reason why this team even came together. True. The reason why it came together. Let's be honest, starting to move out.
Pushing across the map. Of course, Rogue, he did scout this ahead of time. He is aware. He is aware. As ByuN is pushing. Behind this is going to be a Roach defense here by Rogue. So building up his Roach counts, building up his Lings. The Queens are in position. And I believe Rogue should have enough to defend against this. Especially because of the rush distance by ground. Because the diagonal spawns, it will make it much more difficult for ByuN to engage. Dust him in. Roaches are popping just in time. And Rogue holds. Yeah, with that, Rogue, he does hold on. So the timing has since been deflected. Rogue gets away with the third base. So far, so good for our Zurich player. So Rogue defends. Behind this, we see ByuN going for that transition. Is still committing into bio play. Factories on the way. We've been seeing a lot of mech here tonight, and we might see that mech transition out of ByuN, but not yet. We're still committing here to bio. To Marines, to medics. Going to be reinforcing. Let's go. We got some Firebats coming out as well. The Firebats have arrived. They will waddle in. Oh. Again, that'll be ideal against like Ling and Ling Bane, especially against Roaches a little bit less so. They hit a tank at least. Oh, Sims in. Nice pickoff. Catching the Queen. Queen goes down. Tanks are amassing. The tanks are building up. And what I will say is that thankfully, again, because of the size of the map and because ByuN's been very careful with his commitments, he backs off. He backs off, he pulls away, builds up his forces, getting his own third base. The game will continue. My big concern, though, is that Rogue's economy is untouched. Like, Rogue, he can soon snowball out of control here. He's building up more drones, he's getting his third base, now getting a fourth base up and running as well. And the growth of Zerg and the growth of Rogue is my big concern here. And the pressure is very much on ByuN to make something happen. Usually, in this matchup, it'd be done by drop play, but drop play isn't really feasible here for ByuN. So, second factory, mass bio tank production, third TC is on the way. Getting into his third TC. Again, ByuN is being active. And so far has yet to really threaten any of the bases. Once again, though, we are very spread thin here for Rogue. We're very spread out. But again, it's difficult because the map is so large. Even if ByuN rotates here towards the south side and attacks the base, he leaves himself open, right? He leaves himself vulnerable. Like, I think this game specifically is really, like, letting it sink in just how massive Fighting Spirit is. It's huge, Pappy. Oh my god. This setup as well reminds me, it's not as bad, thankfully, but it reminds me a little bit of Return of the King, if you recall. I know Avex remembers. Return of the King was a crazy map. Like, the difference here, though, is that there's space in between. Like, Return of the King was, imagine this kind of third base setup, except there was no space in between the cliff face and this like pathway here, and tanks would just punish any kind of rotations. It was crazy. Like, Return of the King has scarred me for life. I'm never gonna forget that map. Oh, no. Never, Pappy. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Okay. Beautiful. So building up. From here, we're building up. We do have our Vipers amassing as well. So getting to our Viper tech. Building up a Ling Bane. Again, Rogue, he's now getting into another expansion. Rogue is now maxed, and it's going to be up to ByuN to defend here. Oh boy. Again, it's going to be a tough hold. It's going to be a tough hold here. We mentioned earlier about the threat of the danger of how spread out these bases are. Well, that's applicable here as well, where we are spread thin. We do have a tank line. We have some turrets as well. We have some SimCity. ByuN, if he's able to keep up with the rotations, he might be able to pull off a defense. Oh my god. Okay. Rogue going for the Doom Drop instead. Going for a split push. And there are no turrets, of course. Why would there be? I say that we have a couple of turrets on the way in the natural. And it's going to be on ByuN to hold on. To defend, to survive. As Rogue is dropping in. He's dropping in towards the main. Oh, one full overload goes down, but the others will unload. Distracting ByuN, and here comes Rogue. Yeah, here comes the main army. We do land one Blinding Cloud, lands one. Oh, all the tanks were clumped. Yeah, the tanks were clumped up. Bailey J roll in, massive connections. Catching us on the Marines. I mean, tanks are on the high ground. Oh, tanks are on the high ground. And ByuN, he will hold. He will hold on, he does defend. And we got to run it back and do it again. Time to do it again here. I wouldn't be opposed to Rogue at this point throwing down a Spire, getting a Greater Spire, and start to transition and tech into Broodlords. Instead, we're going the other way. We're going into Lurker tech. Interesting. Lurkers, they have potential when it comes to Nidus play. If we can get some Nidus rooms going in the main base, for example, then that can work. But Lurkers trying to break a siege line, that sounds rough. Doesn't sound easy. ByuN is breaking out. Oh boy. Now, if you thought it was going to be difficult to defend back at home, trying to sit up in the center is crazy. Yeah, Lings, they bust into the mineral lines. Depots go down. Lings, they zip in. Catching out 7 SCVs. Nice damage. 7 workers going to be falling. Pulling ByuN apart. This position here is going to be crazy, specifically. Like this. Oh my god. ByuN gonna try to SimCity up the center here in between his natural and his 4th base. No shot. Rogue is moving in. Does spot down one of the tanks. Gets one. We do find the Vipers though. Okay. Mass irradiates. I think the radiate just kills them, right? I think all these Vipers are just dead. Yeah. I was like, what's going on? There you go. All three Vipers do go down. Nidus room into the main. We spoke about the Lurkers earlier. How many Lurkers do we have? None actually. Yeah, no Lurkers yet. Just causing a distraction. Rogue is moving in. Rogue is moving in. Mass Defense Matrix. So far, ByuN is holding. Like when a Twilight map is on the Eyes of Siren, when it's on the Return of the King. Hey, they're 2 very different maps, okay? But here we go. We catch out a couple of tanks. Once again, ByuN, he's holding. He's holding on, punishing the Roaches, punishing the Hydras. We can see Rogue finally switch out and switch into Ling Bane Hydra instead. Ling Bane Hydra Viper. Still no Spire, still no Greater Spire. Oh my, oh god! As ByuN was not paying attention. Yeah, ByuN wasn't looking. Massive connections. Distracted by the Nidus. Yeah, ByuN was distracted. Ay, taking all the banelings to the face. Not like this. Again, Rogue is moving in, catching him more more vultures. Does catch him out. Again, just cutting ByuN away from his own fourth base. Cutting him off. Oh god, the mass service here. Let's go, baby, let's go. You're now looking to move in. Catching out the tanks. Massive reductions. And tanks are going down one after the other. Once again, heavy losses here for ByuN. And this might not be the most efficient fight here for Rogue, but it's fine. He's got all these bases, right? He's got all these bases. He has all the economy. Rogue, he can sustain these losses. He's fine, Pappy. He's fine. Yeah. Just bullying this area in between the bases. Again, like, ByuN just can't fight here. Like, how do you? Like, it's just so open. It's so open. Not like this. As Rogue is pushing forward. Catching up more tanks. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 tanks going to be going down. Lingzhe busts into the mineral line, and finally economic damage. Yeah, finally damage is being done. Main army is going to be zoned away. And this is too much. This is far too much here. 15, 16 SCV kills. Ay. Losing up to 20. Up to 20 workers. 20 workers going down, 22 even. Jesus. 22 SCVs. And we just rinse and repeat. Like, the reality is, like, looking at back here on ByuN, that there's not really much that ByuN can do. I think the best he could do is just forego setting up in between and just try to just specifically set up here at each expansion. But, like, again, then you're just isolated from your own bases and it's difficult to reinforce. So yeah, it's just yeah. it's borderline unplayable here. Like, the Terran, how does the Terran get a fourth base? They don't. They don't get a fourth. Not cross spawn specifically. Like, vertical spawns is different because then the Terran player can be more aggressive. They can be more aggressive, they can be more active. If we had like close spawns. But here cross spawn is just brutal as every tank goes down. GG gets called. GG gets called, and Maru will claim the series 3-2. And with that, it's not Crank's fault, baby. GG. GG, well played. If we lose, it's Crank's fault. We'll claim the series 3-2, but they didn't lose. It's not his fault. It's not his fault. Aye. GG, well played. Congratulations. In the end, they will claim the series. Once again, though, as you mentioned, like, that was just a really brutal spawn and really brutal matchup as well. Like, as you saw, the bases are so spread out on Fighting Spirit, and when you have these diagonal spawn locations, like, what can Terran do to get a fourth base? Nothing. Like, there's no shot. Like, you can, like, it just can't happen. If we had close spawns, and we could see an all-in or something more aggressive from the Terran player, but because it was cross spawn, it means that there's no way to push across the map without being engaged upon. There's no way to really apply pressure or threaten the bases. Like, you can maybe try to argue like Wraith play to harass and to keep some pressure on the Zerg side of things, maybe, but trying to get a fourth base, like, it looks insanely difficult here. GG, well played. GG, well played. With that, congratulations to Rogue and to, if we lose, it's Crank's fault for claiming that series. GG, well played. With that, they will claim the series. As you can see here, Rogue, Creator, and Rogue. Rogue took down Scarlett initially at the beginning of the broadcast. We had Harson taking down Trap, Creator taking down ByuN, Lambert taking down Purcell. It was a back and forth between our two teams until finally it all did end with Rogue taking down ByuN in the ace match. GG. GG all played. Again, a very intense back and forth. Very intense back and forth here between our two teams, and honestly we had a lot of ace matches in general here. All three series actually went all the way to the ace match. Shopify versus Downy Balls, Onside versus Crank's Fault, and Shopify versus Crank's Fault as well. Now very quickly here, when it comes to the event itself, I believe we have the opportunity to head on over here. We have the opportunity to check out the Wikipedia page. Let's go. Let us go. Un momento. Beautiful. Okay, so we can have a look at the standings. One moment. Bam. There we go. Okay, so having a look at the standings here, as you can see, it is a 4-player group, and we do have, sorry, 4-team group, and it is round robin, of course. It is Onside, Downy Balls, If We Lose It's Crank's Fault, and Shopify Rebellion. So far, again, we are still only halfway through the group, but so far we have If We Lose It's Crank's Fault in the center with a 1-1 scoreline. Shopify having a rough time here in the group. Again, they're down 0-2. They still have one series left, and depending on the performance of some of the other teams, they might still make it through the group, but it's looking a little bit bleak here for Shopify. Onside and Downy Balls on the top of the group, but they've only played one series each. As you can see here next week, bam. As you can see here next week, it is going to be Onside versus Downy Balls up first, followed by It's Crank's Fault versus Downy Balls, and then Shopify versus Onside. Again, depending on how things go, technically, if Downy Balls defeat Onside, and if Shopify defeat Onside, then Shopify can start to gain some ranks here, and does have a chance. But at this point, Shopify, they're heavily reliant on some of the other teams losing their games, right? They are reliant on that. On some of the teams losing, on some of the other teams having a bit of a harder time. So we'll see. We'll see how this all does unfold in Group A. Now, bearing in mind, this is only Group A, there is still a Group B as well. Un momento. We also have Group B, which has yet to play out any games, which we'll be playing, I believe, later tonight. Yep. Bam, there we go. As you can see here, we have Group B. So Group B is going to be played in around 7 hours. As you can see here, 7 hours time, we have Group B. It is going to be Team Liquid, Basilisk, CRHB, and Team Red, White, and Blue. We have 4 teams in total. 4 teams in total here in Group B. And again, this is going to be an interesting lineup here because Basilisk, for example, they're a very strong team in StarCraft 2, but very inexperienced in StarCraft Evolution. So we could see a very different dynamic there. I'm curious to see how they compare to some of the other more experienced teams. CRHB, I want to say, is the favorite team to win it all. Like, CRHB is crazy. For those who don't know, CRHB, that is Classic. That is Classic, that is Shin, that is Hero, and that is Solar. Classic, Shin, Hero, Solar. That's kind of like their initials, if you will. Kind of like C for Classic, H for Hero, B for Shin, He, ByuN, which is Shin, and then R for Solar. Because it's a meme that doesn't really like, it's a meme that is very much so prevalent amongst the Koreans, but is not prevalent amongst us, the foreigners. But apparently in Korean, Solar's nickname is The Rock. Like, not Dwayne, but like apparently Solar sometimes like is a bit of an airhead in games. So the meme, so he's called The Rock because of that, because sometimes the head is just a rock. So that's why there's an R there. That's why there's an R there for Solar. So CRHB. Korean memes, man. Korean memes. But yeah, they're going to be facing off later on tonight. And we're going to be casting this tomorrow in around less than 24 hours. Less than 24 hours time. We'll be covering the event via replays. But otherwise, Otherwise, with that, again, it's a very intense group stage leading into the playoffs bracket as well. Shout out to Crank for, of course, organizing the event. Shout out to Chijik for sponsoring the event as well. Chijik, for those who are unaware, that is a Korean streaming platform. They're a competitor to Soup, and they're an alternative to Twitch, for example. Twitch, they no longer support Korean streamers. That's why we had streaming platforms like Chijik rise up, and it's been really cool to see Chijik host a lot of SEVO events. And not just this event, but if you remember Murloc King, they hosted the Chijik Murloc King tournament. They've hosted a couple of those as well. Chijik, they have been, and I want to say, did they sponsor Prome? I want to say like Prome hosts some SEVO tournaments as well, which were also sponsored by Chijik. So Chijik, they've been giving a lot more attention to StarCraft Evolution as of late. It's been really cool. Been really cool to see them take interest, to of course impart and sponsor events and help grow the scene as well. Of course, infamously, they also did sponsor a Lima League at the end of last year, which from my understanding was very successful. That was an SC2 tournament, of course, an SC2 league, if you will, with multiple weeks leading into monthly finals and season end as well. I'm still hoping that maybe one day we can see return of a Lima League, but regardless, it's great to see Chijik sponsoring and supporting StarCraft in their own way here in StarCraft Evolution. So big shout to Chijik, big shout out. Oh, YouTube audio is gone. Did something happen? Their own way. No, yeah, we're good, we're good. How do normies play StarCraft Evolution? SEVO, I believe they're working on, I think they have like a beta version of the ladder. I don't think it's fully out yet. I think it's still a work in progress, but they're working on their own custom ladder. You do have to jump through some hoops if you want to play StarCraft Evolution ladder, but it is there if you're willing to invest and willing to figure that out. I think they're trying to create like a third-party client for the ladder. I think that's currently in the works. But they're working on it. Just catching up with the chat. You said before that sometimes players use StarCraft Evolution and also Warcraft 3 mod in Kung Fu Cup. Could you name a match I can find the VOD for? So if you look up, I think it's called Warcraft Evolution. Warcraft Evolution should be on YouTube. It's been a while since we've seen that. Unfortunately, if you remember, last year when the arcade broke, it did stop support for a bunch of mods, and I don't think the Warcraft 3 Evolution mod got any updates because of that. Hold on, I'll look it up. So on YouTube, look up WC3. So for Warcraft 3, WC3 Evo, and you will see the Warcraft 3 Evolution Kung Fu Cups. Which was a lot of fun. Very different. Very different. Imagine this mod, except it's Warcraft 3 versus StarCraft 2. And Brood War as well. Like it was messy. They had three different races, three different iterations. Brood War, SE2, and Warcraft 3. Messy. A lot of fun. Evo locked down its dependency, so I think a lot of those spin-offs and people ripping off stealing Evo with their own balance mods sort of stopped happening. I guess so. I mean, from what I remember, I don't think that Warcraft 3 Evolution, if you remember, their own version of Brood War was very different to the to SE Evo, right? Like it was I want to say it was a closer carbon copy to what Brood War was. It was not the same, So relied on, yeah, okay. Maybe did rely on it, but yeah. So it's a bit of a shame. It's a bit of a shame that we didn't get any more updates with Warcraft 3 Evo. Was a lot of fun, but it's all good. It's all good. But with that, we're going to be wrapping up. With that, we're going to be wrapping up here for the time being. Again, this was our last series for the broadcast. We should be back tomorrow. Should be back tomorrow with day number 2 of week 1 of Crank Gathers. Should be Group B. Group B should be tomorrow. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. And again, big shout out to Crank and big shout out to Chijik for hosting, sponsoring, and organizing the event. Again, we'd be worse off without them. So big shout out. I know that a lot of work has been put into running the events and hosting the events and organizing the events, and I know it's been very stressful for those involved as well. Like a lot of work behind the scenes. So shout out, big shout out. Otherwise, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Later on tonight, we should be live as well. Very quickly, let us head on over here to bam. Let's quickly head on over to our schedule. As you can see here, we're going to be live later on tonight with the Homestar Cup. We have a Homestar Cup broadcast later on tonight. We have Crank Gathers Day 2 tomorrow morning. We have SDO on Saturday, and we have Tuna Cup on Sunday. So plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft is on the way. Do consider checking us out for some of this content. If you can't watch it live, VODs are the place to be. !! Socials in the chat. You'll get a link to our YouTube channel. You get a link to our Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Discord, all things CranKy Ducklings. You can check us out there. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you guys next time. Thanks for watching. We'll see you guys next time. Until then, ciao, ciao. Hasta luego. See you next time.